Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing on this pleasant and fine Saturday morning? How do you do, chat? Hello! How are you?
My parents always say,
That's not...
no matter how busy life gets, you should always
Yeah,
sit down
whatever.
and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry.
My hair doesn't look the greatest, but that's fine. Who cares?
Stack my plate up high, then squash it all down. Take a deep breath.
How are you doing? I'm doing pretty good, actually. Chat, I think that I finally properly understand the appeal of romantic stories. I think every romance story I had read up to this point, and I've read a lot, right? But still, I didn't really find romantic. I thought the romance was just one plot element like any other. But something that I started reading yesterday, I actually found really romantic, and I was like, damn, that's kind of pog, dude. Twilight, yeah, for sure it was Twilight. Reading books or manga? I'm mostly reading manhwa right now. The one I'm reading right now is called Another Typical Fantasy Romance. And I knew like 5 chapters in that it was gonna be a banger.
You have a special place in my heart.
Did you talk about that one before, or are they all the same title? They're all the same title. Um... Apothecary Diaries is a romantic anime. I mean, kinda, but I don't see the romance in Apothecary Diaries as anything more than a plot element and a way to develop the characters. There's just something about what I'm reading right now that just... I don't know how to describe it, honestly. But there's this one panel specifically that, like, out of context, is kind of weird, borderline, potentially kinky, but in context is so wholesome. In many such cases, true. Show it? Wait, I'll be right back. I'll try to go find it. Give me a second. I found it.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard.
It's this.
Fertilizing the soil, temperature is right. But most
But
you have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
so the premise is that Yowie? That's not a man. The trope really sells it. It does. It does. So the premise of the story is that the female lead was reincarnated in the story and went through the motions of an average reincarnation story.
Use it or lose it.
Got the happy ending and all that, but then things kept going. The male lead became obsessive. And she dumped his ass, and he killed her. As a result of that, because if he can't have her, no one can. And so she went back to the past. And she decided, fuck it, I'm not interested in this guy. I'm gonna go get married to my friend that I've never met, that I've been exchanging letters with,
There's a lot that goes into
for years.
watering, weeding,
But
fertilizing
obviously he didn't go back to the past, so he doesn't know.
important.
And so she shows up,
Keep the fruit in a good mood.
and she's like your typical fucking otome game enjoyer that likes neat and pretty men. And the guy does not look neat and pretty. He's a big, muscular guy with a beard and scars everywhere. And she's like, well, fuck it, I don't care. Like, let's get married anyways. But she's got a lot of trauma from being fucking murdered. And so, you know, they get married, whatever. They go to sleep at some point, and she starts having a nightmare and grinding her teeth as she sleeps. And he gets really worried about her. And so he puts his finger in between her teeth to prevent her from grinding her teeth. And it's so wholesome, man. Like, it's so fucking wholesome. Anyways. You were right in context, that is really wholesome? Yeah, it is. Thank you for the 100 bits, Maury. Anyways, I really like the way the story approaches trauma and just the ways that it can impact relationships going forward. We'll get his fever in Navidad. I don't have Citlali. Who should be the replacement? Singso or Rosaria? Rosaria. Why would you use Singso? What's the name? Another typical romance fantasy. Alright. Today is the day. Rage baiting Genshin Twitter with meta takes is so fun. Shui, what have you done? Lali worse than Lila. Okay, buddy. I preferred this tweet. I preferred this one. This one was a better one. That was a good tweet. Let's roll. Bad start. Yeah, sure, Lud, you can activate them again.
Rise with the sun. Final warning. Stronger. Let's light up the blazing sun. Hi. Yeah. Running late again.
Running late again. Fucking exercise redeem. Frick you. Frick you. Hmm. Ugh. You still enjoying playing Veresa as much? Yes, sir. Ah. What's your gaming rank on Akasha? I don't know. Is there a gaming leaderboard? I don't think there is. I'd probably be top 1% though, if there was.
Burn it down. Stop right there. Stronger. Let's crash from the sky.
I might be top 0.2% actually. If you're looking at gaming builds at 140 ER, I'm probably top like 0.2%. What the fuck? He's gonna roll crit just to make fun of me, by the way, because I already have 2 Cryo Goblets that are pretty good. I'll get it to 4 just so we can have a laugh. Okay, never mind. Thank God.
Rise with the sun. Control breathing. Let's move. Pyroclastic surge. Justice o'clock. Let's roll.
Oh, we got a double. Double trash. New Verisa circlet today, 32 CV. 32 CV doesn't mean anything if it's a crit rate circlet, though. Are you saying you got that?
From the sky. Full throttle. Here we coming. Running late again.
Oh, you will get it? Oh. 16 crit rate trust. Loogie. Loogie.
Justice will prevail. Control breathing. Let's
I would kill for a 32 CV crit circlet. Well, personally, I think murder is wrong. So I wouldn't. But I'd be pretty happy with one nonetheless. Manifesting like the sands last time. I mean, maybe you're just good at manifesting sands, Mori. Pause.
look out below. You asked for it. Quick as a flash. Wrath from the sky.
I should stick to what works, true.
Hurry up, Grassa.
Crit. It won't be good. GG. Every single fucking pull on this fuck-ass weapon banner has been the bell. Am I cursed? You're not cursed, you're blessed.
Thank you for add as
They're church bells. And they're ringing. Church bells don't ring, though. What? What do you mean? Also, let's do the event. I mean, we don't really care about any of this, right? What's the point of even clicking on match if you're not gonna accept? Do you need to win, by the way, or does it not matter? No? It doesn't matter? Okay. Big. Oh, fuck. Oh, we have infinite. We have infinite Night Soul.
Get back on track. Hurry up, Brassa. Let's roll. Gotta steer clear of other people. Hurry up, Brassa.
What is that? The fuck does that do? What the fuck?
Let's roll. Gotta steer clear of other people. Here I go.
Oh, I don't really get it, but it's fine, I guess.
Running late again. Hurry up, Brassa.
Frick you. Wait, that goes through walls? No, it doesn't. Okay.
Let's roll.
I think as long as I stay out of harm's way, I win. Alright. Easy clap. Easy clap. Completed the match. Yeah, that's kind of sad, actually. Okay, I get it. You need to get 4,000 points in total. But you can get that just by doing each stage. Milani's was the worst one, was it? Kinich is the worst? Bro, no shot.
New surfboard.
Did I just hit myself? I think I just hit myself. Dude, I'm fucking farming them. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh. Oh, I got hit. I got hit again. Oh man, that's kind of unethical actually, don't you think? Wait, this is actually kind of fun. I'm pretty sure it's impossible for me to lose now. Well, maybe, do you guys think they could possibly get 500 points from each other? I'm just gonna, oh fuck. Oh fuck, okay, never mind, I fucked up. Oh, I framed it with a dash, that's crazy. Yeah, I think I behaved in an unethical manner. I think. That was, yeah, I was actually bullying these children, dude. What the fuck? Oh man. Oh, that's fucked up, man. Holy shit. Dude. Alright. So apparently this is the worst one? This Archaea? There's a Kea one? What do you mean? What? What are you doing? Nah, that's fucked up. Why did he... Nah, I mean, that's just not okay. Whatever, man. Oh, I hit someone. Oh. You're right, Kanisha's definitely the worst one. That's cringe. I'm gonna keep bullying them. Don't go there. That's not where I wanted you to go. Frick you. Why are you just giving me bombs? I don't want bombs. Okay, where the fuck are the fucking missiles? Why can't I get them? Oops. Oh, fuck. I'm gonna die, dude. That's fucked up. They're all getting the missile. I'm farming the things that I'm not getting missiles, and then I get Omega targeted by multiple. There we go. Loser. Fuck you. Get fucked. Alright. Final sniper glorp. How are you so bad at this one? Dude, I got missile twice out of like 20 special attacks. I guess it's just more rare. Oh fuck, it's Mawika. Ah! That's bad. That's awful. What? Okay, whatever, man. Just target this loser. Oh my god. You know what? I'll just get some fucking... Oh shit. It was a missile. I didn't realize it was a missile. Okay, never mind. We still hit someone. Fuck. I got hit. It's because I'm bad. Oh, I'm not number one anymore. Fuck. Where is number one? Where the fuck is number one? There he is. Oh, fuck you. I need to target number one. Yep. I need to target number two now. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Bro, no shot, man. Damn. Sniper Glorp? Wait, you can iframe it? What? I didn't realize. It didn't work when I tried. What the fuck? 07. I don't think so. Well, he clearly just didn't get hit by it. It's just buggy. They got behind the wall. They were literally right in front of me. There was no wall anywhere close. They were standing in front of me. Oh well. Wow. This is gonna be awful, isn't it? Dude, Hannah Ray, fuck you. Alright? You're a loser and a cringe. Sorry. Enhanced scatter bomb. Oh. Cool it. I should have had in-game volume on. I got hit by my own thing because I fell. I don't want to talk about it. Dude. That's fuck you. Oh, I hit someone. Big. Yeah, okay. I don't know why we're even on Kea here. Like, we're clearly not fucking using any ice bridging whatsoever. Okay, dude, that's... Dude, I'm going to shoot myself in-game. This is fucked up. What an awful one it is. Holy shit. How did he not get hit by that? That went through him! I aimed it on him and I hit him and it didn't do anything? Fuck you!
What's the hurry?
Just get me out, man. Nah. Like, no. No, that was clearly not... That was clearly not it, man. I'm actually... how? How did that hit me? How did that not hit him? I'm just... Dude, no. 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 Whatever. Now you know how those 6-year-old feels? I mean, listen, okay? You're right, actually. I'm just bad. Do I need to do this one too? Okay, I didn't need to do this one. So the fact that I played like shit actually forced me to do one more, didn't it? Damn. Which one's the fastest one of them? Are they all the same amount of time? Because I don't need to complete that one, right? There's no reward for completion? The random one?
Let's ride.
Bro.
New surfboard?
Okay, I got hit by my own thing again. It's fine. I will bully these kids if it's the last thing I do. It just disappeared. The notifications of hitting them are still popping up, even though I haven't used one in a while. That's hilarious. Oh, I got hit. Fuck.
New surfboard? New surfboard? New surfboard?
How did that hit me? I didn't get knocked back, but I still lost the points.
What's the surfboard?
Me when ping. Oh, fuck. Okay, fuck you.
New surfboard?
What the f- Where did bro go? That definitely should have hit me. Oh. I dodged that? Nah. That was not a fair dodge. That was not deserved. My god. Alright. Big. Alright, we got all our rewards. Honestly, it wasn't that bad. The KO one was pretty bad, but the rest was fine, honestly. How much more did I get out of all of this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 100k? Damn. Dodge. Exercise redeem? Frick you. Ugh.
My parents always say, no matter how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high, then squash it all down, take a deep breath, and wolf it down in one go.
Ugh. God, it's starting to get hotter, and honestly, ugh. Man.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard. Watering, weeding, fertilizing the soil, making sure the temperature is right.
KO1 should have been in Seed Lolly 1, agreed.
You have to keep the fruit in a good mood.
Alright, chat. Do we talk about the Chronicled Wish? They haven't made an in-game thing yet. Why is this even still in the notifications? Hmm. Chiori in there, but not Mizuki? I mean, yeah, she's a standard character. Why would she be there? You watched in a video Jamie made 6 days ago? Yeah, I did. Yo. Chat, how does the Chronicled Wish work again?
My parents always say, no matter how busy life
Like,
is, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper
if you... You can't get a standard character, right? If you lose your 50-50, it's guaranteed... It's guaranteed one of the other ones, right? Hmm. Fate points aren't carried over, but pity is, yeah. Pity is not carried across weapons / characters. Is it not? I didn't know that, actually. Can you get a 4-star weapon if you're epitomizing towards a 5-star character? Or can you only get characters? You can get weapons? Okay, that's what I thought, but I wasn't sure. But maybe I should wait until we have full information on which weapons are there. Because for the Chronicled Wish, Chronicled Wish details, Genshin.
There's a lot that goes into managing an orchard.
Shut up. Wait, we've already had it twice? Huh. Anyways, you could get the Favonius weapons here, right? So the weapons don't seem to follow... The weapons don't seem to follow region stuff. Because the Leo Chronicled Wish gave us access to Fav weapons. Lithic Blade is there. Was it there on the first Chronicled Wish? No. Ali Flash was there instead. Oh. So maybe it does? It's all the standard 4-star weapons, plus the rate up, or the weapon banner exclusive ones that are associated with the regions. What are the 4-star weapons that are associated with INAZUMA? Pretty cute. Wavebreaker's Fin? You're probably right. That series is probably making it. Like, was there a sword for it? There wasn't, right? No, Zyphos? No, Zyphos was Sumeru. It's only Moons, Aquamaru, and Wavebreaker's Fin, right? Is that how you write Moon's Moon? I forgot. No, there's 2 U's. Sorry. One more U, true. It wouldn't be complete without all of you, chat. Real. But yeah, so we can expect these 3 on top of the standard 4-star weapons. And then for characters, what are the 4-star from INAZUMA? There's not a lot, right? When you look at 4-stars from INAZUMA, right? Aoife's just there because Amber doesn't have data from regions yet, right? So there's only 7 of them. And if you look at Leah, there's fucking 11. Yeah. Like, unironically, if you're specifically looking for constellations of INAZUMA 4-star characters, when they're rate up, right, the odds that you get a rate up 4-star are 2 out of 3, and the odds that it's the one you want are 1 out of 3, right? So it's every 4.5 4-star item is gonna be the character you want. On the Chronicled Wish, it's 50-50 that it's a character, and then 1 out of 7 that it's the character you want. So it's every 14. But if there's 3 characters you want, it's as if you were pulling for rate ups on those characters. Like, if one of them was rate up. Which is kind of interesting. Although, unfortunately, a lot of the Inazuma characters are kind of whatever, right? Heizo's fairly bad. Kirara can be fine, but like less and less with time, and then on top of that, I mean, her C4 can be useful, but like, meh. And the rest of her cons are kind of ass. Toma's kind of fine, and his C4 is alright, and his C6 is alright, but he's not a very Constellation-reliant character. He's just a bit better with cons. Sarah relies on her cons, but she's not that great. Sayu's pretty ass. Goro's kind of meh. Like, your 4-star lineup here. If we look at all the 4-stars that exist, was Mondstadt... Did Mondstadt Chronicle Wish have Amber and Lisa? I forgot. Yeah? Okay, it did. Cool. Anyways, let me put all the 4-stars here. And we'll try to rank them based on like how good they are to be on banner, so that we can see how Inazuma stacks up versus other regions. Goro's on the best team of a DPS while Shinonen isn't. He's not, though. Sorry. Wheelchair is better than Goro for Ito. Sorry, Bucko. Let me know if I miss a 4-star, by the way. I'm going to try to include all of them, but I'll do it quickly, so I'm probably going to miss some. I'm not ashamed what I am. Alright. Who did I miss? Did I miss anyone, chat? Here were the 24 months Voidalist. Aoife? Did I not include Aoife? Oh, that didn't drag him high enough. Oops. Okay. So, in terms of how good they are to be on banner, just in general, and I guess we can aim this towards like somewhat newer players. So, Fischl. Let's start with the ones you're really unhappy to see, actually. Like, in almost every situation. I think that's it for the characters you'd like all pretty much never really want to see unless you want to main them. Then right above that, you'd have the characters that some people might want to see, but unless you fall in a very specific category, they're just as bad as the other ones. So Yunjin, Noelle, Goro, a lot. Now that I think about it, probably Kachina as well. Because there's not much of a difference between C0 and C6 Kachina for any team other than Navia. Because she doesn't really do any damage outside of Navia teams. And you get C0 for free anyways. Almost always bad to see. Bad to see, but some people will want them. Niche, but pretty good. Or just overall whatever. So Beto, Yao Yao, Sarah, Diona, Candace, Lila, Pezo, Sethos, Hirara, Lynette, Aoife, and then okay, so here's the thing, right? I think a character like Farazan and a character like Shalors are inherently kind of different. Because they're both technically niche characters that benefit a lot from cons. But Shalors is a lot more flexible because she works with more than 2 carries, right? Anyways, let's start by the highest category from this. Official, Bennett, Sucrose, Shangling, Kuki, Singto, Chevreuse, Lanyan, Eon-san, most likely. And then the rest probably goes here. Maybe not Kea, because his only con that really matters is C6, but C6 is pretty good. I'll put it here, I guess. Kaveh could have been so valid if only he was Hydro. You're actually so right. Kaveh would have been a lot better if he was Hydro. And when you look at this and you try to find the Inazuma characters, you'll notice, okay, we have Kuki here. We have Toma here. We have Heizo here. And Kirara. And Sarah. But there's just not that much presence in the like at the top. When you compare it to Mondstadt with Fischl, Bennett, Sucrose, Rosaria, or when you compare it to Leah with Shangling, Xingtou, Lanyan, Gaming. I mean, fuck, even Natlan's already better, man. Let's be honest. Like, imagine if this was your lineup. That'd be kind of goated, man. Yonsan and Auroron cons, pretty good. Sumeru's kind of weird. Sumeru has terrible 4 stars. The thing is, yes and no. Like, multiple of these 4 stars can see play, but only really at C6. Alright, like, C6 Dory is not bad. C6 Candace does see play in Arlecchino teams. Even non-C6 Candace sees play in Milani teams. C6 Farazan is important to Animo carry teams. And Sethos in general is pretty good but hard to play. But they're all characters that are gonna end up benched on most accounts, is the thing, right? But the thing is, that's the same for this. Like, as much as Cookie is one of the better characters for there to be, if you don't play Hyper Bloom, your Cookie's gonna be benched. And Hyper Bloom is an archetype that only really has one dedicated carry with a Hytham. And because most people build their teams around carries they like, there's just so few people that are gonna want to use Cookie. Cause like, cool, Hyper Bloom's good, but what does that matter to my Chaska teams, who is my favorite character? Actually, Chaska, as an example, is pretty bad because no one's favorite character is Chaska. What does that matter to my Milani team, who's my favorite character? Anyways. And so, while Cookie is very good, maybe I should actually have a category above for characters that are gonna see play pretty much on every account. Maybe rename this to like very good characters, and this too will get played even if you don't like them. Be honest with yourself, bucko. And like maybe Shangling. And like maybe Fischl. Playing Aggravate without Fischl, I mean, if you don't like Fischl, you're just not gonna play Aggravate. Right? Like, if your favorite character is Chlorine and you don't like Fischl, you just don't play Aggravate. You play Chaveurs with, like, Sarah or Yonsan. And then he complains that Chlorine is bad. Have I ever called Chlorine bad, like outright bad? I might have said that in a humorous way before, but I don't think I've ever seriously called her bad. Have I? Called her mid? Yeah. I've called her the best mid character. And I think that's a fair assessment. Mid equal 10% behind Verissa. The thing is, like, when the highest DPS C0 Chlorine team spends more time on Maoika than on Chlorine, it's hard to say it's a Chlorine team, you know? Also, I'm pretty sure it's more than 10%. Who's top 5 DPS right now in your opinion? Top 4 is really easy, but the 5th one, the gap between 4 and 5 is bigger than the gap between 5 and 10. Like, the top 4 carries... Okay, top 2 carries Neverlet Maoika, then Arlecchino Verissa. And it's like... Neverlet, Maoika, Arlecchino and Verissa. Number 5. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gaming? I wouldn't say it. I don't think it's Gaming. Ayaka number 5. So, my only gripe with that is that it's... Ayaka's technically doing more damage than Escoffier in that team, but like, not even by that much. And the gap between Ayaka and Barbara is like It's not even that big. Navidad is also doing 50% of his team's damage. Yeah, but it's different. Well, it's more than 50%, but it's different because the main thing that makes Navidad so good is not his damage, it's how easy he is to play paired with how easy it is to do AoE stuff. Ayaka is a significantly harder character to play. If you don't do perfect rotations with Ayaka, you get heavily punished. Because your energy generation in an Ayaka team is incredibly important, because Ayaka's burst cost is pretty high. Which means you need to do proper rotations that do 2 Shenhe skills and 2 Ayaka skills. But if you're not, like, used to the team and used to how the cooldowns line up, and you miss 1 Shenhe skill and 1 Ayaka skill, which honestly is how most people play her, she loses like 20% of her team DPS. Because everyone has higher ER. And that's assuming you build higher ER accordingly. Most people don't, and end up losing fucking half the team DPS because they burst once every 40 seconds. Like, as much as Ayaka's gameplay loop is fairly straightforward, the execution of her rotations can be a little tricky. And a lot of people don't do them properly. Which makes sense, because it is tricky. That plus the fact that against unfreezable enemies, they can just move out of your burst. And they will move out of your burst fairly often. Like, if you play her in this Abyss, Seahorse will dodge half the burst. Most of the time. Fluid Avatar of Lava will dodge half the burst. Because it gets staggered backwards, and then your burst is relatively slow, so there's like 2 ticks that happen before it catches up. Because it can't be frozen. Did you lose weight? Yeah, I lost a lot of weight in the first couple months of the year. But I've been very lax with my diet lately, so I've kind of plateaued on my weight loss. But I'm planning on implementing it properly again. Man. Considering that Ayaka's Kafi is pretty much 100k DPS, what do you expect Kurika's Kafi DPS to be? I'm not sure. But I would expect 120k. I think 120k is what I'm expecting right now. $200k, true. I'm gonna be honest though, I expect Skirk's C1 to give her like 30 or 40% team DPS. Like, I'm calling it right now. Skirk's C1 is gonna be Death Shred. It's gonna be the same as like Ayaka's C4 or whatever. But yeah, I'm fully expecting Skirk's release to make it very easy to answer what the top 5 carries are. Because I am fully expecting Skirk to be good enough to sneak into the top 5. But yeah, right now, I don't know who number 5 would be. Like, okay, if you want my truly honest thoughts, okay, and we're not limiting ourselves to hyper carries or like teams that have a dedicated carry at least, it's Nahida. I think Nahida is pretty similar to Arlecchino and Verissa, actually. I think Hyper Bloom teams are up there. Is that only at C0? Yeah. Constellations can change this. While Nahida's C2 is good, the value of it isn't quite as high as recent early cons or weapons on carries, in the sense that the amount of damage you get from it is pretty good, but it's a similar amount to what you get from one constellation or signature upgrade on a hyper team like Maoika. Although, to be fair, Verissa early con not the best, but yeah. We've got some... No, that's old. We've already seen that. Who are the other contenders for number 5? Molani, Navia, which I don't have, so we'll use Kuchina as a placeholder. Clarend. Kinda Chaska, kinda Kinich, kinda Hutao. Kinda Liddy, kinda Gumming. Al-Haytham, I don't know. A little more sus. Kinich sneak. Okay, the thing about Kinich is, like, an average played Kinich wouldn't make it there, but 5e Kinich is really strong. It's just that getting 5es on Kinich is not reliable for most people. But, like, you look at the personal damage you get from Kinich in a team that focuses on his personal damage, right? So, base attack, attack percent, flat attack, total attack, damage percent, crit value, crit multiplier, effective attack, motion value, damage. Okay. So, on Serpent Spine, 332 plus 510 base attack. Very cool. Attack percent. What team do we look at when we want to maximize his personal damage? Probably Bennett, Yansan, Maoika. With Deepwood Maoika. Right? Anyways, attack percent, you get power resonance, you get noblesse from Bennett, you get about 20% from substats. Is that it for attack percent? Well, obviously main stat, but I think that's it. I forgot a percentage somewhere. You get Yansan C2. Flat attack, 350 from 311 from Feather and about 2 substats of flat attack. 1202 from Aquila Bennett. 810 from Eon San. Total attack. Yo. Damage percent, we get Goblet, we get Two-Piece, we get Cinder City, we get Eonsan C6, we get Maoika damage percent, like decaying damage percent, which is gonna probably average at like 25-ish. What else do we get? Is that it? We get Serpent Spine. Crit value. 98.4 base. 62.2 from Circlet. 20 substats of crit. 27.6 from Serpent Spine. And 40 from Cinder City. Isn't 4300 attack kind of too high? We have Bennett, Eonsan, Power Resonance, Noblesse. He's supposed to get a lot of attack in this team. You give him Cinder City damage percent? Yo. Anyways, effective attack. This times 1 plus damage percent times crit multiplier. Motion value, he gets 1168.6. By default, he can get 4. And then 97.4 times 2. And by default, he's gonna get 8 of these. Alright. That's a 4E setup. Oh my god. Oh, right. And then there's the passive as well. Sorry. Which gives us... every Night Soul burst, he gets 320 more motion value. And a team like this gets 2 Night Soul bursts per rotation. So that's plus 320 times 2. Yeah. Alright. So this is 4E. And 5E. Well... it's quite a lot more. The problem is, it's very possible for your buffs to fall off. If you're not doing frame perfect stuff, your buffs will fall off, actually. I don't think I can show it against Tulpa because I'm just gonna die. But if I ungear... we need to ungear a lot, actually. I'm not gonna bother with Maoika. Because... you'd cast her stuff early anyways, and her buff isn't the one that matters the most. Where is... Yeonsan? Is she in my team right now? She is. Do I have a waypoint? I don't. No. No, I do. Big. Under 1 hour. Oh boy. Under 1 hour left to my waypoint. Oh boy. Holy saved.
One of those things where you gotta use it or lose it.
Anyways. For now, let's just take a look at Eonsan buff, because it's very easy to keep track of whether Eonsan buff is still active or not, right?
What shall we do?
All you have to do is take a look at whether the Night Soul stuff is still there. Guess we're fine with this. Okay. So.
Stronger. Teamwork is true.
I got him cornered.
Oops. Oh my god. I forgot how cringe. I forgot how fucking cringe the Aeon Blight Drake is for Kinich.
Quick as a flash.
I forgot that Kinich is coded fucked. Like, the coding for Kinich is fucked against Aeon Blight Drake. And he doesn't actually go, like, he doesn't actually encircle him, he just goes in a straight fucking line for some reason. So it makes it harder to get the... Whatever, man.
Everybody stand.
Target acquired.
Where are you aiming, you goddamn idiot? Whatever. Right? As you can see here, my Eon Sun buff expired pretty much as my E was hitting. So we're really, really tight on timing. And that's with C6 Eon Sun. You don't get Cinder City from Eon Sun here, though. You're right, but that doesn't matter. Because what changes to get Eon Sun buff is just what you do before Eon Sun. So you would end up with the same amount of time remaining on Eon Sun, like, when you finish your Kinich rotation. Anyways, your buffs can run out before the end, before your last E, if anything isn't perfect. And if they do, because your Eon Sun buff and your Bennett buff run out pretty much at the exact same time, if you do Eon Sun into Bennett with C6 Eon Sun, instead of 101k, even on a 5E rotation, so 4E plus 1, 1, 2, 0. Yeah. 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 Alright, so you can lose 10k DPS just from losing your buff on your skill at the end. Even if you still get a 5E rotation. And if you get a 4E rotation, it's a lot lower. And if you get a 4E rotation where you lose your buff, I don't know why. 4E plus 1E. It thought I was doing fucking scientific notation. Okay, buddy. If you get a 4E rotation where your buff expires, oops, I don't know why I said equal. On the last one, he's now at 70k DPS, right? So you can lose 30% of his damage just from slightly suboptimal rotations. Won't 5e be difficult without burst? It's hard against the Aeon Blight Drake because you can't fucking reach the...
70% goes.
He knew 70%. He knew it was 70% of his damage in practice, true. It's hard against the Aeon Blight Drake because the hitbox is fucked. But if you do short holds, you can do it against most enemies without that much of a problem. As long as you're good at it. I'm not good at it though, so I might not get it reliably. What's the difference between 5e plus 1 and 4e plus 1 and 5e? The 4e plus 1 is to indicate that your Eon Sun and Bennett buffs run out before the last E. 6e is possible with frame perfect inputs, but not practical. Is that possible without burst? Oh, fuck. Okay, I missed it literally every time. I missed literally every single one of them. How am I so bad? I mean, it's not even bad, it's bad and bad RNG. Like, even if you just do it at random, it's a 50-50. Which means I lost 4 50-50s in a row. Stupid ass game, man. Whatever.
Adventure time.
Locked up.
Okay. But yeah, so you can get 5 like that. But the point is that the practical performance of Kanich and his teams varies a lot depending on how well you're playing him. But a perfectly played Kanich actually is really strong. A perfectly played Kanich is doing team DPS similar to Arlecchino and Versa. But because he's a lot harder to play, I consider him to be noticeably worse. Even in ABD teams, the gap is a bit less in ABD teams. The more damage you have from the rest of your team, the less you get punished by suboptimal gameplay. Because ABD's damage doesn't change when you fuck up. It's just Kanich's damage that does. But if you're doing perfect rotations, the teams that focus on Kanich's damage are noticeably better. Man, the new Ghost album is so fucking good. My 2 favorite songs, I think, are Missilia Amori and Marks of the Evil One. I think Marks of the Evil One is my favorite one. It's the one I put at the start of the stream. Because I wanted to listen to it full volume. Oh, right. There's a modulation there, right, for a board. Will you do Kanich as Zajef before second phase? Yeah, definitely. Is attack percent circlet and Escaffi much worse than crit? Yes. If you have shit sit circlets but a 48 CV attack circlet, I guess it'll depend on what team you're using her in. Are you doing with Shenhe? If so, don't even consider attack circlet. Otherwise, maybe it's fine. Just use the optimizer. It depends on how shit is shit and what the rest of your build looks like. Anyways, but yeah, like that's the thing with a lot of the carries that like could potentially make it to the number 5 position is that pretty much all of them will have situations where they're as good, sometimes even better than the carries that I consider to be the top 4. But they all have some potential issues, right? Moalani, all the clunk. Some of which is completely outside of your control. Kanich, most of it is not outside of your control, actually. If you're really good at Kanich, you will be able to reliably get 5e rotations. But it's hard as fuck. Chaska is good, but her best teams by far are just fucking Maui Kasitlali teams. And outside of Maui Kasitlali teams, she's just okay. She's not bad, but she's not, like, outstanding. She's also single target lock, there's that. Who else? Who else did I mention? I forgot. Navia. The main thing with Navia is just that she doesn't really necessarily have big issues, but her, like, optimal scenario, her best case scenario, is just not as good as the other characters here. Like, the highest simmed Navia team is Wheelchair for a reason. You know? I mean, part of that reason is that Wheelchair just is really good for Navia, right? Like, Navia's a Geo carry, so it makes a lot of sense for her to be good with Shilonen. But, yeah. Navia deals a lot of damage on that team. I mean, sure. It's not an insignificant amount. And that's not what I'm saying either. But you could put Navia on a level 1 weapon with 0 artifacts and still clear in time. Like, the 50k DPS you get from the rest of the team is enough to clear. Is Navia Petra better than her Sig in Wheelchair? No, it's not. She does do enough damage to justify using her Sig set. You gotta think about it this way, right? Petra gives you 35% Hydro damage to about half of your team's damage. Her signature set gives you... how much does it even give you again? I forgot. It gives you... what, 50% geo damage and 18% attack? So you get an additional... you get 15% more damage and 18% more attack to 43% of your team DPS instead of 52, right? But, like, the actual buff is almost twice as big, and it's affecting only 10% less of your team DPS. So it's gonna be better. If she had access to a set that does as much as Cinder City, it would be better. The biggest... I guess you do get the 15% geo damage bonus from Petra, so it's a bit closer because of that, but still. I'm actually kind of curious how far behind it is. Isn't what 91.5? Archaic Petra. I get it, buddy. Like, fine. Petra, 89. Just like 2 to 3% behind. Not that big of a difference, but her set is better. Slightly. It's just because Petra's not a very good set. Like, 35 damage bonus isn't actually that great nowadays. And it doesn't affect the whole team. Right, Petra's good on, like, Kea and Rosaria and those fucking Mawika teams because all your damage is Pyro. So it's 35% damage to all your damage. But in a Navia team, it's only to about half your damage. But yeah. Anyways, that aside, Navia is like, she's a sort of character that I think is kind of similar to Chlorinde in a way, where they're fairly good characters, but they're also pretty well balanced. And because there's other characters that are not balanced, they just don't really shine that much in comparison. So, like, I think that depending on how you look at it, you could make an argument that these three are even higher than these two in some situations, right? I don't think you can make that same argument for Chlorinde or for Navia, but I do think that you can make a very reasonable argument that Chlorinde and Navia are better than these three. Because while they don't have that perfect scenario that allows them to shine that much, they're good, solid, reliable characters that are pretty easy to pilot. So that's why I think there's still considerations for 5th best carry, even though these three characters have situations where they shine quite a lot more. Chlorinde is not better than Molani and Kanich. I mean, if anything goes wrong with Molani, if you lose VV for a chomp that you were supposed to get because the enemy moved a little bit or something like that, her DPS is lower than Chlorinde. If you miss a chomp because it bugged, DPS is significantly lower than Chlorinde. If you're against enemies that kind of suck for Molani, like the Seahorse, she's worse than Chlorinde. And then for Kanich, if you're not doing 5e rotations, I'd argue he is also worse than Chlorinde. You know you want to put Xiao in there? I'm sorry, man. Maybe if the good carries had AoE problems. Like, if the list looked like this instead, if Varesa and Arlecchino's numbers were kind of ass, right? And this was the top 4 carries, maybe. Because then in an AoE scenario, you encounter a lot more bugs with Molani, and Chaska kind of sucks. So if you don't have one of these two, Xiao can actually be up there, sure. But the problem is that we have too many characters that are at least decent in AoE, right? Arlecchino doesn't have the best performance in AoE, but her flexibility in teams means that she's out of the carries here. One of the ones that can slot in groupers the most easily. Exercise redeem. Frick you. Ugh. How much is he lifting? Not that much. This is 30 pounds only, which is like 12 kilograms-ish. 13 kilograms? Something like that. I think it's 13 point something. You run this morning? I haven't gone running in a while, honestly. I honestly don't think I should have started. Because I dread going running a lot more than I used to dread burpees. And so my motivation took a big hit. And I don't even do burpees when I don't go running, so I really feel like I shouldn't have started. Riz is not that good to be in the first four, especially when she's really bugged, and Hu Tao is still competitive with Harlequino. It's not just Chlorine and Navi. I mean, okay, first things first. Even if you encounter the Veresa bug, which, by the way, all you have to do to not encounter the bug is to not mash your E like an idiot. It's a sort of bug that like, once you know it exists, it won't be a problem anymore. It barely affects her DPS as long as you know it exists. It's kind of like if there was a bug on Arlecchino that makes her do half damage if you press M first, or if you press your letter U. Like, just don't press U and you'll be fine. But yeah, also they're saying they're gonna patch it, so yeah. But even if you encounter the bug, Veresa's best teams are competitive with perfect case scenario Kenichi. And perfect case scenario Molani too. And then Arlecchino, just in terms of DPS, he's not that far ahead. But most people don't know it exists. Like 99% of people don't have Veresa in 4. Okay, but they also have already addressed the bug and it's clear it's gonna get fixed next patch. So like, it's not that big of a deal. Anyways. Yeah, sorry, I didn't talk about what you said about Aika. You said like 8 different things. I gotta talk about them one at a time. Anyways, yeah, when it comes to Arlecchino, I think you can make a bit stronger of an argument that she's not as high. Like when you just look at DPS, Arlecchino is lower than Veresa. But Arlecchino has so much quality of life stuff that makes her so chill to play. And she has so much team flexibility that I think she still deserves her place here. It's not just flexibility in which units you can use her in, it's also archetypes. Which means that pretty much no matter what your first side team is, you can make a good second side team with Arlecchino. What, you're doing Chlorine Chevreur's first side? you can play Arlecchino Melt second side. You're doing Maoika Melt first side, you can play Arlecchino Chauffeur's second side. You don't have Chauffeurs? Play Fate. You've got a lot of options. You can even Entussi it up if you're really feeling spicy. But also, one additional thing that both of these characters have going for them is flexibility in rotations that makes it so that HP breakpoints never really punish them. Like, if the first wave enemy has 500k HP, Maoika is always gonna waste some damage because of overkill on the first wave. Mualani is also almost always gonna waste some damage because the first chomp is gonna do like 350k, and then the second chomp is gonna overkill by a lot. And then, even if you were able to properly kill it with the first chomp, your second wave doesn't have VD. Anyways. Just saying that Hu Tao and Ayaka are still in the conversation versus Chaska, Kloin, and Navia. I think, okay, for Ayaka, once Escovia comes out, I can agree with that. But she's not out yet, which is why I haven't mentioned her. And for Hu Tao, I did already mention her earlier, but I can talk about her again a little bit. The biggest problem I have with, like, considering Hu Tao as one of the stronger carries is just that her best teams are kind of just wheelchair teams. But like she's not bad in those wheelchair teams. She's pretty good. Chaska's wheelchair is stronger than Hu Tao's wheelchair. I mean, I don't know if I agree with that. Because technically, this is a Hu Tao wheelchair team. And that's probably stronger than Chaska's wheelchair team. But we might be getting into an uncomfortable discussion right now, so let's stop there. Let's stop there. That team is playable, yeah. Varesa Overload teams don't have a great Pyro outfielder. Even Maoika's not even that good. Like, she's good, but she's not even that good. High investment Varesa, if you don't have Cons or Sig on Maoika, prefers Bennett in speedruns over Maoika. How so? Well, your plunge is going to hit a lot harder with Bennett than it would with Maoika. What's the best Chaska team if Mawika is on the other side? The biggest problem with using Chaska when Mawika is on the other side is that your Mawika teams also use teammates that you want on Chaska. Right? If you're doing this, you can't use Bennett or Silali here. And so your best bet is gonna be like this, I guess. When I was doing Mawika one side, Chaska other side, that's what I was doing. And this is not a bad Chaska team, by the way. Like if you look at the Sim doesn't have Yansan implemented yet. But if you look at Chaska teams pre-Sitlali and Yansan implementation, the highest C01 is obviously just Mawika doing Mawika things, but the highest non-Mawika team is actually a Shovelers team. It's higher than the Bennett one. It's mainly because Chaska field time is fairly long, and with Bennett plus Eon-san, usually you end up losing some Bennett uptime at the end of your rotation, whereas that's not really a problem with Shovelers. It's less of a problem, at least. Yeah, this is a C6 Shovelers exclusive team, by the way. Don't play it without C6 Chevy. This team versus Chaska, Escafie Farina. Yeah, I don't know how this thing is going to change when Escafie comes out. The biggest problem here, if you do this with Escafie, is your last slot. If Sitlali's on the other side. I guess it might still be Shovelers. So you can get melts on some bullets. Right? If you're using Shovelers in the last slot, you get 50% of your pyro bullets melted. Why not Bennett? I can't. Eon-san does give a bigger buff, though. Eon-san buff might make up for reaction. Probably does, actually. Eon-san probably is better, yeah. Especially because you're not buffing an Electro Bullet with Chevy C6 if you're using Chevy here, instead of replacing Escoffier with an Electro. Yeah, so it would probably be this, yeah. Or you could use Shenhe, that's true. I don't know if Shenhe would be that great here, though. Maybe. Maybe she'd be fine. What do you recommend for people who want Skirk but don't like Escoffier? Cyanide? I guess? I suppose? I don't know, man. You're probably cooked. I'm sorry. Did you see the banner leaks? No? we have new banner leaks? Doesn't seem like it. Are you talking about the banner data that's on Hamnijika? I looked at them a while ago, but I haven't looked at them in a while. Hmm. If we're lucky, Lila and Lynette on this banner, because I don't think I have either of them at C6. Yeah. That'd be nice. I mean, if we're really lucky, Sarah first side, but I know that's not gonna happen with Raiden on the second phase. Is Lila a good shielder? The thing about Lila is that her design is the sort that's not gonna age well, right? Like, her design intent is a shielder that has a little bit of personal damage. But the problem is, it's not 2025 levels of off-field damage. And so, because of carry power creep, as a general rule, your supports that give you small buffs will perform better than your supports that give you a bit of personal damage. And so characters like Lila, that are designed around providing a little bit of personal damage as their secondary role, are gonna age a lot worse than characters like Diona that give 200 EM on the C6. Right? The fuck is she? Why did the voice line keep going when I changed to the constellation page? Anyways. Yeah, I realize we spent a lot of time on that question of what are the top 5 best carries, but I think it's an interesting one. You know? There's a lot to say about it. You have a least favorite character. Least favorite character to play is probably Ganyu, maybe? Maybe I'm forgetting someone. Wanderer, perhaps? I might dislike playing Wanderer more, actually. Well, I like the stupid yapping he does when you spam charge attack. It's kind of funny. So maybe it's not Wanderer. The problem is that I only ever play Wanderer when I do Viewer Abyss or testing on other accounts. And most of the time, when I play Wanderer, they have Constellations or Sig on him, so you don't charge attack spam. And so I don't like him. It probably is Ganyu. Yeah. My least favorite character to play probably is Ganyu. My least favorite character, kit design wise, is probably Risley. And my least favorite character, like, characterization wise, probably Chevreuse. Maybe. Or Child. When you play Molani, it's impossible for you to maintain your humanity. The thing about playing Molani is that, like, it can be fun because of how awful it is, right? In the same way that people enjoy playing Elden Ring. When the clunk from Molani comes from difficult rotations and dying, it can be fun. When the clunk comes from bugs, it's not. Right? The biggest problem is that the clunk comes from both. It's not always just her design, like, limitations. Sometimes it's the bugs, and those are just so fucking annoying. In 3.8, he said Singso, Child, and Deo were the most fun characters to play if DPS was irrelevant. Do you still agree? Probably not. There's two things that are fun about Child. There's the, like, satisfying Riptide effect, but those never fucking happen because we don't have AoE content anymore. And there's the need to adapt your rotations in international. But nowadays, there's a lot more teams where you can have adaptable rotations, so it's not unique to him anymore. So a lot of the fun from him is kind of gone now. I would still say that Day is really fun if I could have the same DPS on every team, I would play Daya quite a lot. And then the main thing that makes him so fun to play is how much more chill teams that have him were to play at the time than teams that didn't. But because they keep giving carries resistance to interruption in their base kit, or synergy with characters that give them resistance to interruption, reliance on Singso for teams to feel pleasant to play has been a lot lower lately. So both Singso and Child are a bit less fun than they used to be. And then there's also a bunch of new characters that are really fun. Arlecchino's really fun, Veresa's really fun, and they're also good, which is nice. But even well, yeah. Chaska can be fun too, actually. Do you think Alhaitham is still fun? I think Alhaitham is a sort of character that can be fun from his design, but because his best teams are just Hyperbloom, is a lot less fun. I wish there was more opportunities for you to showcase Alhaitham's ability to adapt to different rotations. I wish there were more different teams that are good with him, basically. Is going vape a lot worse than his melt teams? Yes and no. DPS wise, yes, but his vape teams, at least the ones that aren't reliant on getting a VV proc, tend to be pretty chill to play. Yeah, juggling is also really fun, and you don't juggle in melt, which is really sad. It just feels so satisfying with Gaming when you're juggling. When you get good RNG, Manchai spawns in a direction that you can pick it up on the way up with your skill, and you can immediately plunge. And then when that happens like 2 or 3 times in a row, you just feel like you're so good, you know? And the fact that you need to keep an eye out for that makes his rotations feel a lot more dynamic. Like, you're reliant on RNG, but you're reliant on RNG in a way where, like, you still need to be good, and you still need to execute things well to capitalize on the good RNG. I don't understand how Chaska is fun and Ganyu not. It's the same thing, literally. Because Ganyu gets hit and Chaska doesn't. Basically. That's the main reason. Like, sure, on both of them, you hold your mouse 1 to boot up a charge attack. Yeah. And that's the main gameplay loop. But with Chaska, you get to actually move while doing that, and you can dodge a lot of attacks while doing that. With Ganyu, you cannot. If the enemy doesn't attack while you're charging up, sucks to be you. You gotta dash, bucko. Do you like Escoffier design? No. Both her gameplay design and her visual design are cringe. I don't know if there's a clip of my first reaction to her visual design, but I'm pretty sure the first thing I said was ew. I saw it and I was like, ew. Is it because she's of France? True. No, it's just so weeb coded. So blonde equals weeb? I mean, there are other blonde characters that don't feel like weeb characters. You know? Yeah, like, Navia doesn't feel that weeb coded. She does fit certain anime tropes, but it's not the sort of tropes. How do I even describe it? I don't know, man. He's a villainous manhwa side character. Exactly. Manhwa equal not weeb. Exactly. You get it. No, it's just that she's got more going for her than just the weeb stuff, and it doesn't feel like Escoffier does. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Like, it's not entirely a rational and intellectual reaction. It's also just an emotional one. To me, I see this and I'm like, ew, that looks ugly. And I can try to explain why I think, ew, that looks ugly, but I'm only just guessing and trying to figure out why I think it looks ugly. It's too generic? It is. Is it because her VA is British? That doesn't help. I'll tell you that much. True. Yeah, someone earlier said maybe don't sexualize every piece of skin you see. But like, it's not because she's sexualized. It's because it looks like it's trying to appeal to weebs. It's But also, this doesn't look like a skirt or anything like that. It looks like a frill, like a decoration. And so it feels like she's wearing a shirt, long, like, stockings, and no sort of pants or skirt or dress or anything. Like, I do not see a piece of clothing for her lower half. I can't tell where it's supposed to be. So, like, sure, sometimes people tend to sexualize every piece of to assume that showing skin is inherently a means of sexualizing the character, and there's a discussion to be had about that. But also, dude, like, I don't think this is the case you want to make for that point. You know? I don't think this is your I don't think this is the hill you wanna stand your ground on. No shirt, no pants, just apron and stockings. Yeah, pretty much. What about her knife? She is also wearing a knife, I guess. Cool. She also got a hat, too. Why did she have weird cuff things but no sleeves? Way to get in the suit. Yeah, that's actually a good point. What the fuck is this? You can't have frilly cuffs like this if you're cooking. That's gonna get in the way. I didn't notice that before, but that's a good point. Yeah, also, very high heels to work in a kitchen. Oh boy, that's a hazard. She got fired? Yeah, I mean, that's probably why she got fired, true. Every female character has high heels, though. Isn't Veresa the first character that doesn't have high heels? That's not true anymore. Milani? Does Milani not have heels either? I mean, okay, I guess they're very, very thick soles, I guess. But like, the soles are thicker than the feet. Like, to me, that's heels, you know? Yansan has shoes. Does she? Oh. That's my goat right there. Holy. Go ahead and cancel me, but the heels only work on Jean and Arlecchino. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you, buddy. What the fuck is this? Her ankles are broken? Dude, I don't even know if my foot can make that angle. Like, even just once, let alone fucking walking in that. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. I don't think they work, honestly. I think heels would work on Arlecchino with this look, but I think these heels don't, personally. They're just too high. I never noticed how bad it was, actually. Now that I see it, I actually like her design a lot less. My god. No wonder she has a throat and her idol girl just wants to sit down. Tro! Tro! Check Chiori? What? How does that work? I feel like these are the kind of shoes where, like, you have to fucking Michael Jackson stand like this not to fall. Hehe, true. They exist IRL, do they? That's kind of crazy. Shoe tier list? Who has the best shoes, do you guys think? I've never really paid much attention to the shoes. Mika. Does Mika have good shoes? Yeah, actually, that's pretty poggin. These look kind of good, actually. You're right. Yeah, those boots are actually insane. Mike, I never noticed. What the fuck? The pants make him look like a fucking idiot? Like, what do you mean you're wearing shorts with boots like that? But, like, if you pretend like you don't see it, he actually looks like he's got drip. Who else? Look at Sarah's. I know what Sarah's shoes look like. I don't think they look great. So they're kind of just whatever. Like, cool. Okay. Hu Tao? What do Hu Tao's shoes look like? You know what? These are some pretty good shoes. Normal shoes. We take those. Albedo? Yeah. Those boots look pretty poggin. You're right. Yoimiya? No. Not at all. Like, I'm sorry, but like... What are these fucking bows supposed to be? Fashion. Okay, man. It ties her shoes? This is a piece of string that does not touch the shoe. It ain't tying shit. There's holes in the shoes. Okay, but how does this piece of string relate to that? It's around her ankle. It's not even close to the shoe. Hello? No. No, these are pretty shitty actually. Risley? That's fair. You're gonna be so good on the feet quiz. I'm not doing the feet quiz, I'm sorry. Kanish boots are fire, are they? Yeah, they're pretty good, you're right. Oron? I guess, yeah. Yanfei. Really? Oh, yeah, you're right. Wait, why did I never notice that? Dude. That looks so cozy, what the fuck? Yunjin? Really? Yeah, those are pretty cute. They fit her outfit really well, too. I guess it's like... It's a costume, so it makes sense. Maybe that? I never noticed how thin his legs are. What the fuck? Buddy, eat something. What the fuck is... What? Wait, what? The flaps of his what is that, like an overcoat or some shit? Whatever. The flaps hide his legs, so I never noticed how thin they were. What the fuck, man? But he looks like he's starved. My god. I didn't know Nevinette was a twink. What the fuck? Dude! Did you guys know? Yes, dude. My god. Aren't all tall males the same model? I mean, you look at Risley and he doesn't look like he's got twink legs. Maybe the model is the same, but the clothes are so much thicker that it makes it look like reasonable sized legs. I mean, okay. I'll give you this, the thighs look pretty thin. The thighs do look pretty thin. Can I ask anything TC related in the chat? Sure, but I might not see the message. It's as huge as Venti's waist. Wait, what? That's not true. Eh? Assuming I have a couple unavoidable EM sub rolls. Oh boy. That's... My god. That's cursed as fuck. But like... If you look at C0 Shao and the team DPS he gets, his highest team DPS is VV Shao on Nevirette. The second highest is Pyro Vape Shao. So like... Yeah, you're probably getting better results if you ult every other rotation. But the question is ulting every other rotation even better than not ulting at all? And the answer to that is probably no, it's not. And you should probably go for a Pyro Goblet. But it's probably not that much worse to ult every other rotation. And it probably is going to feel pretty fun to play like that. I'm actually kind of curious. If we change Shao from Pyro % to attack %, and if we change the rotation... Oh boy. I need to do... How do I do an if statement that looks at whether the skill is, or the ult is available or not? Maybe if I look at Molani rotations, they're gonna have some of that. Not this one. This one's preset. Multiple rotations. Is there one that just ults when it's up? Probably the vanilla team, actually. The ult every 3 rotations and the plunge team. Yeah, this one. This one probably has. Okay, we're getting some problems here. We're running into energy problems that are fucking things up. Why? It's because I understand. It's because when you burst, you can't skill at the end of your rotation, because if you do, you skill before your burst is over. Damn. Fuck. So I can't do this properly. Damn. In that case, maybe I just skill twice. And I remove this one. We're still getting some problems. Yeah, alright, it's cooked. I give up. You're on EM Sands? Oh, oopsie. It's barely better. My god. Man. Even if you burst when it's ready, Pyro Goblet is better than Attack Goblet. No, okay, don't do this to yourself. If you're not gonna burst every rotation, just play Pyro Shao, man. Like, I'll still do it. Alright, knock yourself out, I guess. But just know that your results will be worse than if you were just committing to Pyro Shao. As long as you're aware of that. If you want to play it anyways because you think it's fun, then go ahead.
Are you running away?
Put it in the meta roundup. True. Who do you think would be a good replacement for Shenhe in Ayaka, Escoffier, Farina teams? Good replacement for Shenhe. I mean, Yelan works, I suppose. Rosario works. Citlali's probably fine, but not that great. She's probably still fine, yeah. About the INAZUMA Chronicled Wish YAP. We did a little bit of YAP, but I want to record a video too, so we'll probably get to that soon. Do I pull Ayaka or Escoffier? The strongest Ayaka team without Escoffier is significantly weaker than an Escoffier team that uses Barbara instead of a carry. So no, don't pull an Ayaka, man. If you don't have Escoffier and you're pulling for meta, don't, yeah. Circuit said if a character does hydro slash cryo damage, you think Animo units will be able... The most recent wording we've seen was when hydro characters deal hydro damage and cryo characters deal cryo damage. Sorry, buddy. Dream is dead. But yeah, for a second, before we got that one, I was really excited about the possibility of doing Chongyun melt teams with Skirk, where like you would use Chongyun to get a stack on Bennett and on Maoika, so you could get all of your stacks for Shenhe on a melt team, and I thought that would have been so fucking cool. And then, as soon as I started thinking and talking about that, they posted the leak that said cryo characters deal cryo damage. And I was like, oh, that's fucking cringe. Watch Mojo top 10 letdowns of 2025. Yeah. It's fine. I believe. They'll change it. They'll change it. They won't change it for the beta, but they'll change it for live. Trust. Trust me. They will. I'm from the future. Zajef told me. Uncle Zajef told me. Uncle Z. Look at an exercise redeem. Alright. Trying to do a resistance one on the last rep. Because... yeah. But it's cringe as fuck, because it's a little too heavy for me to do proper resistance reps. So I can't do it for all of them, otherwise I'm only going to be able to do like 2 or 3. Oh. Where's my Chevy? Dude, this fucking hair strand is annoying as hell. Maybe if I do this. Good enough, I guess. No, it's worse. Oh, I give up. This is gonna look like ass. Push your headphones from forehead to the back? No, that looks too bad. I need a little bit of puff. Otherwise my head looks too small. I think. And my forehead looks too big. Oh. I need the puff, man. Anyways, do I still have the... Yeah, I do. Oh, but it's the fucking low quality one. Did they post... Was there a high quality one posted? Yeah. Higher quality pog. Bad. I gotta think about Ayato. What do I think about Ayato nowadays? Like, he's just so... Who's the best character to lose to here if you already have them? Like, who would you be happy to see if, say, you don't have Ayato, you want Ayato, and you have all the other characters? Like, which C1 would you be happiest with? Probably Chiori. Yai C1? I don't know about that. If you really like Yai, sure, but otherwise, even at C1, she's not competitive. Ayaka C1 is pretty ass. Ito C1 is pretty ass. Kazuo C1 is pretty ass. Yai C1 is fine, but Yai's pretty ass. What even is Yoi C1 again? I don't remember it, so it probably wasn't that good. Oh, it's E uptime. You know what? That's actually probably not that bad, now that I think about it. With Chevalers? Oh, that's ult? Oh, my bad. I thought that was E uptime. Oops. Never mind. You guys are right. This is dog shit. What the fuck? My bad. My bad. What the fuck? That's bad. What's Ayato C1 again? Let's open all of them. Alright, so Chiori C1 I remember, right? Chiori C1's pretty good. I forgot it increased the AoE. Does that even matter? No, right? AoE's still Omega small with this, right? Only attack range? Oh, right. You're right. I remember now. That's why it was ass. Ayato C1 is... Now that I think about it, by the time you swap to Ayato, you've nuked the enemies with Mawika. So, this is probably 100% uptime. Thoughts? Thoughts? What do you think about that, chat? But yeah, it doesn't seem pretty good. Very good. And his C2 is also pretty bad, right? C3 is also pretty bad. C4. It's also pretty bad, actually. Technically, it probably makes him a pretty good support for Euemia, but let's not. Yeah, yeah. And C6 is fine, but because all the constellations on the way there are kind of ass, doesn't really matter. Alright. Yai. Yeah, C1's fucking dog shit, man. Dude. The biggest problem with Yai is that her burst just isn't good enough, man. Like, in order for her burst to be good, you need to have 3 turrets. But if you use your burst right after you spawn your turrets, it means you have to immediately spawn the turrets again, which makes her field time way too long. Which means that the way you're supposed to do her thing is to set up her turrets, swap out, do other things, and then swap back to her right before her turrets expire and use your burst then. That way you don't lose anything from the burst consuming turrets. But the problem with that is that if that's what you're doing, your buffs might expire by the time you burst. And you also don't get to front load the damage whatsoever. Why not just not use burst? I mean, often that's what you do. It's just, if your burst doesn't eat into your scale up time because you use it right as your turrets are about to expire, it is worth using. But like, I'm actually kind of curious. Let me take a look at some Yai sims and see what happens. Okay, can we skip past the C6 bullshit? This is probably a team that skips Yai burst entirely, right? Yeah, there's no Yai burst here. This one probably skips Yai burst entirely. Yep. This one probably skips Yai burst entirely as well. My god, we're gonna have to go down a decent amount to find the first one that actually. Yeah, okay. This is the first one that uses her burst. What the fuck is that, man? Anyways. And the main reason you use it... Wait, actually, you only use it once. Wait, is that... What? Yeah, you only use it on the first rotation. No Yai burst. That's Kagura's. But I guess we can still look at this one. What in the fuck, man? Eh, whatever. Okay, 81k with this setup. Oh my fucking god, what is this? If Yai's oldest totem will expire within 4 seconds of her burst and is ready, then burst. Okay, that makes sense. So I can probably just change the constellation and it'll actually adapt the rotation to a C1 rotation with this config. It's lower. Why is it lower? I guess because we're bursting more often. Oh no. Oh no. And it's delaying some of our it's making it so that some of our buffs are expiring. This looks like a team that does use Yaya Burst. But you already have enough energy without needing to build. Or you already have enough energy without C1. So the C1 doesn't do anything. We're not building any ER. That's not... Wait, no, it is true. Yeah, so C1 is literally not changing anything. Surely we'll find one team where Yai's C1 matters, right? Right? I guess the teams with Fischl, you get the energy. The on-field Yai teams with Fischl, you get the energy anyways. Maybe this one uses Yai Burst? No. This doesn't use Yai Burst. Yai Burst is a DPS loss. Oh. This might be a team. Oh, yeah. Okay, this might be a team where it matters. 75k at C0. 75k at C1. Right. Because even with C1, you can't burst every rotation because your rotations are not 22 seconds long. So it still doesn't matter. The quest to find a Yai team where C1 does literally anything. Yeah, maybe one of the Tichnari teams. The problem is that the ones that use Fischl don't need C1 to burst whenever it's available. Right? Like, Yai burst is already in the default rotation, and you don't have energy problems even on no ER Yai. Oh, that's not true. This one is building a little bit of ER on Yai. So we get 2 more rolls of offensive stats because of C1. So 33.1 goes to 36.4. 79.4 goes to 86. It goes to 77k, up from 75.5k. That's 1.5k more DPS, which is like a little bit less than 2%. Hog. Huge. Yeah, it's dog shit, basically. Because Yai's burst is bad, so energy restoration isn't that useful. Maybe the Al-Hytham teams... Because there's some Al-Hytham teams that don't use Fischl. Like the Lisa one. This one might benefit from it. No, this one doesn't use Yai Burst. Seems like Yai bursts the DPS loss in this one. Never mind. I'm sorry. I was overexcited. I spoke too soon. What about in this one? Yeah, no. Cooked. Yeah. Like, quite a bit of Yai in the situations where you want to burst are 25-second quick swap rotation with Fischl. You can Yai skill, other stuff, Yai burst and skill. Yeah, the thing is, in those teams, you already have enough energy without C1. So the C1 isn't doing anything. Because Fischl plus Electro Resonance plus 25-second rotations means a lot of particle generation. The only teams that have enough, or that have rotations long enough to use Yai's burst tend to be the 25-second rotation teams that use Fischl, and in those teams, she doesn't need the C1 to be able to burst whenever you have it. Like, off cooldown, like, once per rotation. Anyways, and then C2 is, like, okay. It's 25% more damage on your skill. But there's not that many teams where Yai skill like base damage is that significant. Right, like you look at this team, for example, Yai's personal damage is 16%, but half of that is overload damage. She does more pyro than electro damage in this team, right? And so the team DPS here is at 99k. If you give Yai C2, it'll go up to like 103? 102. It doesn't even reach 102, actually. Yeah. Barely a difference, right? If you look at the teams where Yai is actually on a damage build, like this one, for example, is going to be a bit higher. Yai personal damage here is 17k, with most of that being electro damage. Team DPS 88k, with Yai's C2. Goes up to 92k, so it's 4k DPS increase. But, like, that's still not that high. And the teams where Yai is an actual significant portion of the team DPS tend to be aggravate teams, where C2 is a little bit less valuable because it doesn't increase the aggravate portion of your damage. A team like this, maybe? Yai does a bit more. $75k. This should go up to like 83. No, I was wrong. It's so bad. What the dude? Oh my god, it's such... This is even worse than I thought. What the fuck, man? Jesus Christ. Okay, what's the team that has the highest Yai personal damage? Probably Xianyun, but the problem is that her cons don't help Xianyun nearly as much. Fuck! Okay, what's the team that has the highest... The highest skill damage coming from Yai? Where does it start? Definitely not going to be a TOM Wandering Even Star team. This one is 14k. This one is 13k. This one is less. A lot of that damage is aggravate stuff. I mean, in most of the teaser you're actually going to play her is going to be something like this, right? It's like 13, 14k. Let's look at this one first. With Yai skill. Wait, no, it's not. That's the wrong one. Sorry. With Yai skill, 14.4k. Team DPS, 88k. Getting C6 on Yai makes it go from 88 to 112. In comparison, getting C2 on Mawika. Oh, it's actually more than C2. Interesting. Yeah, I guess because it's an EM Mawika. So I'd have to change the build, huh? What about C2 on Chlorine? Okay. C6 Yai does a bit more for the team than C2 Chlorine. What about C3? It's about as good as C3 Chlorine. I've just had an idea. Right, this was 111, right? Okay. C5 Chevreuse, C6 Yai, 98k. C6 Chevreuse, C0 Yai, 87k. C1 Chlorine on top of that. Yeah. So Chevreuse's C6 plus C1 on Chlorine does more for your team than all 6 of Yaimiko's team constellations together. Oh boy. Oh boy. Check some Raiden teams? Sure. What the fuck is this? What do you mean, Whimsy Yai with flowing purity? What? This is the most cursed sim I have ever seen. Flowing purity, Whimsy Yai, TOM Deathmatch Raiden, Cinder City Mawika. What the fuck is this? Dude, what is this? That's so cursed. I mean, it's the highest Yai Raiden team, I guess, but like, man, that's completely fucked. And a team like this, it's at 62k, getting C6 Yai. Brings it up to 81k. How much was it? At C0? 62. It's like 20k team DPS. Wait, what about C5 Chevreuse? C6 Yai? Okay. Not as big of a difference here because Yai doesn't get as much as the Chevreuse buff. Why was Yai on Whimsy in that team? I don't know. Like, you do get Bond of Life from Flowing Purity, but it can't be better than Golden True. Right? I guess maybe it is? There's no shot it is, because you only get one stack of this. No? No, you get 2 stacks actually. But they don't last that long, do they? How long do they last again? Only 6 seconds, yeah. Rose healing can give stacks. Oh, yeah, I guess her healing is low enough that you won't one-shot it. Wait, this makes me so curious. I'm gonna check the sample and look at the incoming healing on EI. Bro, they're not going on EI. Okay. So why? Where's the healing? Does it not get recorded on the Chavers thing? Does it only get recorded on EI? It looks like it does, yeah. Fuck. That's annoying. Hmm. No, it gets recorded here. What is this? In pursuit of whatever. Dude, What is Sugar's E level? Wait, do you guys think it's level 4 E talent level? To reduce the healing? No, it's not. Okay. 66.8k. Okay, I'm really curious. If this makes it go up. It doesn't. Okay. That would have been really funny. But I guess she does enough personal damage that the E talent levels are better. AI HP subs? Why? That seems normal. Dude. But yeah, like this Chevrolet is healing, what, 35k times... It's gonna be a bit more than this, but whatever. About 5%. So it's like... What, 1700? 1800? Plus 600, so about 2500 per. Which doesn't one-shot heal this, right? Heavy heals like 4.8k at 40k HP. No, she doesn't. Does she? With heal. Okay, I mean, with healing bonus, sure. Why are you telling me how much she heals with healing bonus when she clearly doesn't have healing bonus in this team? Mine should be healing at around 3k, right?
Final warning.
Yeah, 3k. Exactly. Pretty much exactly 3k. And the flowing purity here is giving a bond of life that's 24% of max HP, which is a little bit over 4k. So you get 2 procs of Whimsy from the Flowing Purity healing, or from healing this off, plus 1 from gaining this. So you do get all 3 stacks, but it's not good uptime. But I guess you get the 3 stacks for the burst, which is probably the main reason why they're doing it this way. Alright, it's 66.8k with Whimsy. And with the Golden Troop, it's probably less. Yeah. A bit less. Not that much of a difference, but it is a bit less. The mental gymnastics this person had to go through, dude. I know, man. What the fuck? How do you even think about, like, to me that's impressive. Whoever came up with this sim, that's impressive. I wouldn't have thought about that. You're kind of the GOAT, honestly. Man. It's just such a cursed combination, right? Whimsy, Yai, TOM Raiden, Cinder City Moika. It's just so fucking cursed, man. Alright. Anyways, let's look at the other Inazuma characters' cons for a minute. Ito cons are just tragic, man. C6R5 Ito, 112k. And it's with C3 Farina. Ah! Oh. What about C0 Farina? Oh my god, that's so bad. Ah! What the fuck? Oh, that's C6 Albedo and C6 Zhongli too. Oh. $70k DPS C6R1 or C6R0 Ito. Highest DPS C0 Ito team, Plunge. Vape Plunge. Then Wheelchair. Ito sims are so outdated, yeah. They're probably not min-maxed anymore, but... And I don't... Is there even a single Chiori sim with Ito? There is. But that's... kind of... That's sad. Man. And Kokomi cons. How many high cons Kokomi or high con Kokomi sims are there, do you guys think? I mean, that's not really a high con Kokomi sim, that's an Ayaka sim. I guess you could say that's a Kokomi sim. That's no, something's wrong here. Something's clearly wrong here. I think they're trying to force Kokomi here, because there's no shot a C6 Chiori sim is at 140k only. I don't know, man. I don't know about that one. Anyways, that's not really a Kokomi sim, that's a Chiori sim. Oh, that's sad. Well, Kokomi's better in Nilo teams than in Kokomi carry teams. Oh no, there's not a single C6 Kokomi sim that's like mono hydro. Huh. Interesting. I guess no one gives a shit. Is this an N2 walk? It's an N2D. I can't take this sim. I have to do a sim that does N3 on Kokomi because the C1 is pretty big. I don't think any of the sims do N3. The N2D sim is on Flowing Purity? Really? Oh, that's hilarious. That's so funny. That's so funny. All of them are? Really? Why? Is it that much better? Just because of the damage percent? I guess it is 40 damage percent. Ashgraven is doing a bit more. Yeah, I feel like Ashgraven should be pretty good, too. Oh, C6 Kokomi sim. Pog, thank you. Let me change a couple things. I'll do C1 Yelan just so I don't have to change the rotation. There might be energy problems now, right? Oh, it's not too bad. And then change Petra to something else? Probably. Well, no. Alright. So, with C0 Kokomi, with all SIGs, this team is at 135. And with C6 Kokomi, it's at 150. Oh, boy. 10% DPS increase from all 6 of Kokomi's constellations. Assuming you don't have cons on anyone else. Isn't this on field Yon? Is it? Oh, it might be a Yulan team that at least like uses up. It's not on-field Yulan, but you do enough attacks on Yulan to consume her C6 stuff, I guess. Man, but no, yeah, this is I mean, yeah. Yulan is on marginal state. That's because most of her damage is the C6 procs. Oops, not what I wanted to check. I wanted to collapse this. But yeah, this is pretty dog shit. All the cons are kind of whatever. Then Yoimiya's also got some issues with the cons, with C1 being complete garbage, C2 being pretty awful, C3 being pretty bad, C4 I guess is kind of okay-ish, C5 being complete dog shit, and C6 being alright. But RNG as fuck. Is C6 Yoimiya better than C1 Hu Tao? It's probably about as good. It's kind of crazy how much better Ayaka's cons are versus every other Inazuma character. Like, C1 is pretty dog shit, but C2 is pretty good. C3 is pretty good. C4 is pretty good. C6 is like, yeah. By the way, chat, is this a motion value buff or a damage percent buff? I forgot. It's damage percent? Okay. It's like, it's fine, but it's not the best. And then Kazuha cons are kind of cooked too. I guess his C6 is fine. The problem is that if I sort by Kazuha stuff, I'm probably gonna struggle to find Kazuha carry teams. Oh, never mind. That one's pretty high. Interesting. Let's reduce the wailing a little. The C0 for Rina. Aquila. Bennett. C1 Xianyun. I guess we can do Sig because otherwise ER is going to be a problem. Or maybe we don't. We just do Oath Sworn I, R5. But we're probably going to have to add an ER Sands or some shit. We're probably going to have energy problems. Yeah. No. Arena has energy problems. 33 seconds delayed. Wait, why? Does one of Farina's cons give her energy? I forgot. I forgot it did. C4 does? I see. Favonius Sword. Sure, let's keep R5. Why not? Okay, we don't seem to have any energy problems here. It's like a 130k DPS team. VV Kazuha, yeah, because the VV is really unreliable to get on Shanyan. And it's trivial to get on Kazuha. What are the main stats they're giving Kazuha here? EM crit damage, that makes sense. Is it Vape Plunge? Yeah. This is 100k DPS from Pyro Plunges. Yeah, this doesn't work on non-C6 Kazuha though. And this is 129k. If you go C5 instead. Oopsie. Oh, that was also R5 Jade Cutter. Oops. Forgot to change that to R1. So. Anyways, I see. Yeah, so in terms of how they stack up to one another, in terms of their constellations, best cons if you're not planning on going all the way to C6 are Ayaka. If you are planning on going all the way to C6 are Chiori, I would say. Why is everyone saying Mpreg out of nowhere? Not Molani. We're talking about the Chronicled Wish right now. Molani is not on the Chronicled Wish. If your chat is cooked, it is, yeah. Is C6 Ayaka broken? Well, no. I'm actually kind of curious what the highest C6 Ayaka sim is. It's Arlecchino. Okay. It's Noblesse with Arlecchino. Okay. Cool. Classic, yeah. The highest one that doesn't have whaled supports. C2 Ayaka here. Let me take a look at this one with C6 Ayaka. Alright, 71k C0. 106k at C6. That feels small. That feels like a small difference. I guess it's because she also gets a decent amount from Mistsplitter. C6R1, 111k, 10k. It seems like C0 Ayaka with Escoffier is about as good as C6 Ayaka with Shilonen. What's that? Is that an Escoffier sim? Yeah. Alright, so C6 Ayaka, 106k. With this? C0 Ayaka with Escoffier, 100k. C1 Escoffier. Yeah. What about C0 R1? What's her weapon called again? Symphony of Sense? It says at the top, does it? Oh, it does. Symphonist of Sense? Symphonist of Sense. Scrents. Okay, idiot. Yeah. So, with R1, it's also better. Change crit ratio, even without changing it, it's already better. Oh boy. Okay, okay. Back to deathmatch. What if instead we do Mist Splitter R1? Okay, that's about as good. Cool. But if we change the crit ratio, it'll be a bit better. Okay. Back to finale. R5. What if we do... what's it called again? Ooh, but if we change Fab, we're gonna have to change some of our stat assumptions. I can't be bothered with that. Never mind then. What about C1 for Rena? Yeah, it's also better. Okay, so basically, Escoffier plus pretty much any of the decent cons or SIGs in this team is going to be better than C6 Ayaka without Escoffier. This is the best thing. What, for Nevilette Sim? Fucking sack Jade, dude. I can't. Wait, Fav? TTDS? Really? Really? The RX are so ass, are they? Why are you so... Oh, right, because of fucking sack Jade, man. What's the point of Seat Lolly Burst? Well, here it's just filling downtime. Yeah, this rotation is going to be better because it's like almost as much. with clear problems in delay on stuff. Has to be 4CA, yeah, I agree with that. It's just the main upsides. There's two main upsides of the SKF teams with Nevilet, and I feel like you're not taking advantage of either of them, right? You don't have to swap out of him to refresh bus, but you do it anyways because you're assuming Sack Jade. And you can actually do significantly shorter rotations because you can use your burst earlier. You just swap for 5 proc unless you have 130 or Nevilet. Yeah, but no one's gonna play Sack Jade on this team. And the other weapons people use on Nevilet give you energy. So that's kind of a self-imposed problem in my eyes. Anyways, like the rotation I would do is something like this.
Remember, help comes first.
Time to shine.
Oh, did I forget to E at the start? I think I did. Oh, I didn't forget to E, but I E'd before he spawned. Right.
Show no mercy.
A bitter one to swallow. Seems like an emergency.
I had to dash, so I delayed my stuff a little. But use burst skill like that. And then you could refresh here if you want, but you don't have to. And that lets you do a proper 4-skill rotation that's actually 24 seconds. Exactly. Yeah, you can do Farina Burst a bit earlier, that's true. But, like... we're gonna pretend like Baiju is this Kafi, obviously. But, like, something like this.
Mind the side effects. Remember, help comes first. The tide beckons.
That's what I was imagining when it came to Iskafi Nebula rotations. Steam sucks, the health bar isn't moving. True. The rotation is too short on Sim if I do that. In what way? And like, if it is too short, just do the swap you had, right? Just do the swap to Iskafi for 5, it might as well. Also, I wasn't doing TTDS, I was doing Sack Frag, which is part of why my ER requirements were seemingly lower than yours. Because without good TTDS uptime, Sack Frag just felt like it was the right play. TTDS is just better, but is it though? You're using Seat Lolly Burst because of it.
Taking a turn for the better. A bitter
I'm an idiot. I used my Baiju Burst too early, but you know I would have been fine otherwise. I would have been fine not to use it. Oh, let's pretend I use my burst there.
The tide beckons.
like... Zero. Cost 70, 60, doesn't matter, 60. What the? Anyways. On a 25-second rotation, how many particles you get from Farina? 8? Ish? 7? 8? 7? 8? 7? 8? 7, 8? How much do you want me to use, Crastal? 7? Go 6. Okay, buddy. Calm down. So let's say he catches 4, he doesn't catch 3. Farina catches 5. Doesn't catch the rest. Right, 1 of her own, 4 of Navidad. And then Farina. Alright, it's 4 plus the remaining 6. Yeah. Cryo particles. How many do you get from Seatlali again? Is it 4 or 5? I hate that it's always 4 and 5 now. 5? Yeah, that looks like 5. Nice sack Frank Bronc loser. Anyways. And then Escoffier is 4, right? So that's 14 particles. None of them caught on Navidad. Maybe if you have sack on Seatlali. Whatever, just literally anyone else. Can you swap before you catch your first set of particles? It seems like you catch like half of them before the swap. But it seems like the ones that get generated further away aren't caught until after the swap. That's crazy. I think this is the first time I'm gonna look at something like that in my ER calcs. And this is not affected by ping, because particle generation is delayed by ping the same amount that swaps are. So at a higher ping, they're both getting delayed by the same amount, so it won't change anything. So let's say she catches 3 of the 5. And she doesn't catch the remaining 11. And Escoffier like this. Wait, I'm an idiot. These are here. Oopsie. Yarrow Carmen Calc is cooked, though. Yeah, okay, there you go. Okay. Can GC Sim take into account lag switching? Yeah, you can implement swap delay. Anyways, with Farina, she also doesn't catch any of your cryo particles. And then your hydro particles, you have 15. Let's say 1 of them on Escoffier, 1 of them on Seatlali, 1 of them on Farina. For the Farina particles. And everything else. And then clear particles. If you have no fabs on the teams at all. It is a longer rotation, so I think assuming 3 particles from enemy HP dropped is reasonable. Instead of the two that I usually assume. Alright, and these are the ER requirements. If you do Fav instead, I'm pretty sure Fav Zitlali is better than Fav Escoffier. Like, Fav Deathmatch is better than TTDS Fav, I think. But I guess it might be annoying to have to build a lot of crit on Zitlali. But I guess it doesn't matter, actually, because it's not like she does any damage. And let's be honest, you don't care that much about the shield either. So you can probably get it really reliably. Plus you get cryo resonance. If you lose that set of particles, instead of 311, it's going to be 0-9, and this is going to be 9-0. But we're now getting 3 clear particles on Escoffier. Our ER requirements look like this. And if you end up doing a swap back to Zitlali to proc Fav, which I think is a reasonable option. If you're doing Sack Jade, you definitely do that, right? Nevidet catches the next Fav proc. And this is what your ER requirements look like instead. Which seems pretty damn low. Even looking at literally, like, directly the one you sent. Wait, can you send it again, actually? I lost it. Crustle. Orange. I could just look at your message history. And find it in there. Alright, thank you. Anyways. Copy config. Bro, can I not? Okay, there you go. So, you're at 93k. If we change this to... Wait, actually. How much damage is Zitlali doing? 1%. Okay. Change TTDS to Favonius Codex. And just build a fuck ton of crit rate. Crit rate equals 0.331. I mean, okay, let's be honest, alright? If all you care about is crit rate, you can build enough crit rate to get reliable procs. Like, I'm just gonna give her 100 crit rate. Like, I'll yoink some of her EM in exchange. Like, if literally the only stat you care about is crit rate on a team that has cryo resonance, you'll get enough to proc Fav reliably. Anyways. And then Escoffier. Deathmatch. Oh, but yeah, I'm gonna have to adjust the stats for that. Oh! My god, I hate doing sims. Maj. Oh, never mind, you have crit rate sends. Oh, that makes this easy. Or crit rate circlet, I mean. And then instead of swapping back to Escoffier, we're gonna swap back to Zitlali. we're experiencing a problem. Uh-oh. What's this one? This one's higher on Proto Amber. Maybe that. Uh-oh. Well. You didn't remove Favonius from rotation? What do you mean? Oh, I see. Oh. Right, because we're getting... Wait, what if we... Seatlali burst skill instead? Right, we had no ER rolls whatsoever, right? So... I kind of can't be bothered doing perfect calcs. I'll just give her 10% more ER. We're still getting slight delays because of Nevilet. Can't be bothered, man. Okay, when we remove the delays, it's a little bit better, but we gave a bit more ER, so it's not exactly a fair comparison. Oh, dice of cringe. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. That's already more what I was expecting. But we'd have to fucking adjust the stats properly. Anyways, I'm fairly certain this is better, Rustle. Also, we're clearly quite overcapped on crit rate here, huh? $20 crit rate from subs. Let's lose 3 rolls. Gain 3 rolls of crit damage instead. Don't have 100% freeze up time. Still, there's no shot this would be worse. Yeah, it's clearly better. Even without 100% freeze up time. It's clearly better. And once you've properly adjusted everything, it probably does exceed 100k. Anyways, I'm not a fucking sim expert at all. I think I'm pretty good at figuring out good rotations, but implementing them in the sim is a pain in the ass and I can't be bothered. I'll leave it to the experts. Maybe that's struggling to keep up with my girl Ayaka. True. Yeah. I think there's also the fact that the average or sorry, KQM standard, I think, in my opinion, assumes a bit too little in terms of ER rolls. I think the way that KQM standard assumes fixed stats is kind of scuffed to me. Because the average build doesn't have that many useless stats and doesn't have a stat distribution that's as good as, like, 18 of your fluid rolls into the optimal stuff and only 2 in the suboptimal stuff, right? Like, the average practical build tends to have a bit more ER than what the GC Sim builds give you, or what the GC Sim builds have because of KQM standard. Which for characters that have like 120, 130 ER requirements, like, you very much might end up getting that by accident on your build. And
Ow! Where did that come from?
on GC Sim, on KQM standard in general, you have to sacrifice offensive rolls to get that. But in practice, you kind of often don't. My Mawika has 120 ER, yeah. Pretty much, yeah. But personally, I don't start punishing offensive stats for ER requirements until your ER requirements start being at like 130 or above. At 120, I just consider that you don't have ER requirements. Because I think it represents the reality more accurately.
Where did that come from?
But anyways. Also, actually, no shot festering is better than wolves. But we might have to build a bit of ER here. Yeah. Even with this, it's already not even that far behind. ER, let's say 20% ER for 20% HP. Oh, it is lower. Oh. That's crazy. Oh, no, I think we're overcapped on crit. Yeah, we're overcapped on crit. Oopsies. Okay. Oh, no. Well, you don't need 20% ER. 10 might be enough.
Or not.
Yeah, it is. And this is slightly better. Anyways. Check Wolfang R5 too.
Ow.
Wait, I think, are we still overcapped? We might still be overcapped. Especially at R5. But we can check R5 Wolfang without the overcap. Problem is, it's kind of hard not to overcap here. But anyways.
Adventure team, assemble!
Oh. We're getting some energy problems, though, unfortunately, that I would have to fix, and I just can't be bothered. I can't be bothered with this shit, man. I just can't. We're also overcapped on Escoffier. We've been overcapped for a while, ever since we changed the deathmatch. Dude, this is why I hate GC Sim, man.
Where did that come from?
Dies of dies. What's that, Prastel? But that's higher than the one you had before, right? Is that what you did once you changed Silali and Escoffier weapons? Yeah? Okay. Like, to me, this already makes a bit more sense. What's the rotation you're doing?
Or not.
Oh.
Ow.
Weight 173. What the fuck is that all about? last charge attack proc, I see.
Benny's adventure team, assemble!
Oh my god. Is the skill really necessary? Or is the attack really necessary? Do you get swap cooldown if you don't do it? This is lower. Why is it lower? Delay an elemental skill cooldown. Oh? I guess it's doing frame perfect cancels, maybe? Perhaps? Hmm. And then, okay, what about... What if you do Farina Burst here? Actually, I'm kind of curious. You do it a bit earlier. It's higher. Huh. I guess that makes sense. It was like the same. Okay, it's the same, but this is assuming frame perfect swaps. And in practice, having a shorter setup, or not frame perfect swaps, frame perfect cancels. In practice, you don't get frame perfect cancels, and when you don't get frame perfect cancels, rotations that have a little bit more wiggle room, like this one, don't get punished, but rotations that don't have any wiggle room, like the one you were using, get punished a bit more. Because, like, here the delay is happening because we get our burst animation done before skill cooldown is back, right? And we have to wait about a second on average. But, like, since Baiju has similar animation times to Iskafi, we're going to use him to showcase what I'm trying to show. In practice, if you do this,
Mind the side effects. Seems like an... Let the mind be humble.
no delay whatsoever. Because you don't do frame perfect charge attacks on Neuvillette. Most people don't. Anyways. I also think another important thing is, like, you're kind of heavily punished by Sack Jade being a crit rate weapon in this team. So anyone who doesn't have Sack Jade is going to see much better results than these Sims show. Whether they have Sig or Proto Amber as their Neuvillette weapon. Proto Amber will see better. Sig, I don't know. I'm pretty sure Sig does too. Are you saying you're not sure because his personal damage is higher in the other teams? Yeah. The thing is, like, it's not even that much higher. Right, if you look at the... Dude, how many C6 Nevilet sims are there? What the fuck? Wait, did they remove the... Okay, no. Right, you look at this one, for example. Nevilet personal DPS, 55k. This one, Nevilet personal DPS, 60k. This one, 53k. It's really not that much lower. And that's with Sack Jade. With overcapped stuff. If you're not overcapped, right, if we look at... If I do the exact same stuff on all of this, where the heck is... Okay. If I look at this one with Prototype Amber. And obviously, stats aren't adjusted properly, but they won't be adjusted properly for the other one either, right? Personal DPS, 46.7. If I do the same thing with the sim you had for this, right? That's the one you sent, right? I think so. Yeah, I wouldn't have rolled this. Prototype Amber. $44.1. It's less than a 5% difference. Wait, no, that's not true. A little bit more than a 5% difference in personal damage. It's barely a difference, honestly. Team DPS, decent, noticeably higher. Anyways. Because now you don't run into overcap problems. Anyways. All that yapping just to say that Skiffy's pretty good with Nebula, but everyone, you guys already knew that. I do think it's fair to say that I probably overestimated her initially. But I also think that Nevilet's best team does use Escoffier once Escoffier comes out. Most Nevilet mains got him C1R1. Okay, here's the thing though. Cool for Nevilet mains, but everyone who cares about meta has Nevilet even if they're not a Nevilet main. Because Nevilet is the best carry. Like, you need to understand, characters that are really good, a lot more people will have them even if they're not a Nevilet main. Also, YS Helper data is very skewed towards meta players. It's not true that 50% of Nevilet players have his C1. 50% of the players that are included in the YS helper data do, sure. But that's not a sample that's representative of the whole population. It's representative of the sample. But the sample is a biased one. You can't generalize it to the whole population. What's your best alternative to Citlali in that team? Probably Rosaria. You don't have Citlali, I think you play something else. Well, yes and no. I get what you're saying, but just because you don't have Citlali doesn't mean you have Shilonen. If you're starting from having Nevilet Farina and you want to get an improvement to your team, is this Iskafia worth the consideration? I think yes, without a doubt. Triple Hydro Nevilet real? I don't think it's better than Rosaria. Like, Rosaria is not bad. She's not ideal, but, like, she's not bad either. Lila is better than Rosaria? Why would Lila be better than Rosaria? Chongyun. True. No. Chongyun doesn't work because you don't have... You can't benefit from the cooldown reduction, basically. Because you can't do sub 25-ish second rotation anyways because of field time requirements on everyone and animation time. You can think about it for other characters, but not for Nevilet. Nevilet's not really gated by his cooldowns.
Taking a turn for the better.
Fuck. Okay, well... Alright, dude. Sorry.
Strike a pose. Time to shine.
A bitter pill to swallow.
Well, that's already cooked. Dude, okay. I fucking hate the Tulpa. I can't show rotations against Tulpa because he hits you too much and too often, man.
Shower me with praise. Let the world come
Mind the side effects. Remember, the time beckons. Settle down.
Wait, what? Did I not get the cooldown reduction or something? Wait! No.
Seems like an emergency. Let the mighty be humble.
I guess I have to do this. Oh, this guy is so bad at playing the game, yeah. I can't believe this guy is so awful at playing the game that when he's trying to show a rotation with very specific timings that doesn't allow you to dash on if you want to show the timings, because if you dash it slows things down, and if things are slowed down you're not showing the specific timing, he's getting hit by that enemy that keeps fucking hitting you like an annoying little shit.
Swift and merciful. Taking a turn for the better. The tide beckons. Silence.
Wait, maybe Chongyun does work.
Bow your head.
Shower me with praise. Let my name echo.
Mind the side effect.
I didn't have enough energy to do a second rotation. Oops. Wait, maybe Chongyun does work. Pause. Lala would stop me from getting hit. I mean, being against any enemy other than the Tulpa would also make it so I don't get hit. And you're not supposed to play this team against the Tulpa. It's just that Tulpa's what's on Chamber 1. So if I want to do testing, I have to use Tulpa. But yeah, as it turns out, Neuvillette teams don't tend to be great against the Tulpa. Crazy. Anyways. So if I start my rotation to 58... Kill yourself in-game, Mr. Tulpa. I'll just wait for the first attack. Please don't do the easy one. Okay, he did the easy one. If I'd started my rotations properly, I would have been fine.
One with my blade. Seems like the mighty be humble.
When did I start? Anyone know?
Silence.
Strike a pose. Let my name echo.
Forth my blade.
I don't have Fab on Baiju. Fuck. What weapon is he on? Ring of Yaksha. Whatever. But this does seem like a 23-second rotation. I think. Maybe even 22 point something. Maybe we're on to something. Maybe we're on to something, chat. It might be better than Rosaria. Wait. Let's properly look at the timer this time. We're gonna wait until he's not hitting us like an idiot anymore, and we're gonna look at the timer. We started at 50. Never mind. I need to look at the timer and at him at the same time, otherwise... Okay, we start at 55.
A touch of frost. Remember, help
We got a little delayed, but it's fine. We'll just keep that in mind.
be sanctified. Settle down.
We lost like a little bit less than a second. And we at 31.5-ish, yeah. So it seems like a 23 second rotation is very doable with Chongyun. Okay. Winnable. Does that make up for the Rosaria buffs? For the Cinder City? Probably, right?
Benny's adventure team, assemble.
It probably makes up for Cinder City, yeah. Or sorry, not Cinder City, the crit rate buffs. It probably does make up for the crit rate buff. Your rotation being like about 10% faster, a little bit less than that, but still, is probably more useful than the crit rate you get from Rosaria, yeah. Okay. Okay. Big. Big. Chungin might be better than Rosaria for people that don't have Seed Lily. Big. Huge. Isn't Rosaria better if you clear in one rotation? Sure. There's also the fact that Rosaria doesn't have full uptime on her buff. Oh well. Can we get a sim on that? I'm too lazy. Anyways, let's... They don't have the official event for Chronicled Wish yet. That's fine. Should we record a video on the Chronicled Wish today, or should we just keep yapping about it and record it another day? I think we can record it tomorrow. Wait for 4-star weapons. I mean, we can already guess that it's gonna be Moon's Moons, Aquamaru, and Waybreaker's Fin. Then for weapons, you want to buff your Chiori. Okay, if you want to buff like your Geo teams, if you're like Ito or Noel, both this and this are good. So you got 150-50 you can lose to. That's actually really good, but only one. You're trying to get a weapon for Ayato. You've got a few decent weapons to lose 50-50 to, I guess, so it's not too bad. You're trying to get a weapon for Ayaka. I don't know. That one's a little more sus. Then Freedom Sworn is fucking... Ugh. Yeah. Like, the swords are good, but the rest is kind of ass. Like, it's better than the last one, but the question is whether or not it's better than a normal weapon banner. I don't think so. And like, yeah, you get... Wait, Prassel, were you the one that sent the, Ayaka team sim earlier? Or was that someone else? The Iskafi Ayaka one? Someone else? Booked. Are they still here? Zen Nevida. I know he's Zen Nevida. It was Ruben. Is Ruben still here? Because I think that On your browser history, it doesn't get recorded to it's Sims are in cookies. They're not. Yeah. I can't find it from my browser history. Oh yeah, wait. I can look at Ruben's chat history. You're right. Oh. Alright, so. Mist Splitter R1. 105.6k. That's with about 100 per rate, yeah, okay. And if we go back to Finale, we give Escoffier Symphonist of Sense with a crit rate circlet instead. It's better. Yeah. And that's with R1 Finale too, yeah. Yeah, it's a lot better. So, Miss Splitter cooked, I guess. Miss Splitter is kind of ass nowadays, huh? It does less for your Ayaka team than a support weapon does. It's because Finale is such a good weapon, that's why. You try Marie-José Ayaka, or I guess. This is 110k. Marie-José is 108k. Less than 2% behind. But against unfreezable enemies, it'll be better. Do freeze resist equal 1 against the enemy? Sure. Here. Freeze resist equal 1. 105.7 on Marie-José. Oops. 101 on Blizzard Slayer. Yeah. Yo. Why did Marie-José go down? Because unfreezable enemies lose their cryo aura when you hit them with Hydro, which means that you don't have 100% uptime on your cryo resonance anymore. You lose a little bit of damage. Not as much as Blizzard Slayer, but still a little bit. Je suis célibataire depuis hier, putain. Enfer d'enfant est bon. Hey, reviens. 5 minutes, quoi. T'es pas insulté? Et un peu fort. Alright. Stop being French, sorry. And it's really contextualizing how broken Escoffier is. that Escoffier does almost as much for Ayaka as all 6 of her constellations together. Man. Like, C0R1 Escoffier does more for Ayaka than C6. Like, getting Ayaka C6. C1R1 Escoffier is better than C6R5 Ayaka for Ayaka's teams. Actually, is it? Wait. I think so, but I'm not sure. Let me double check. So the Ayaka, Shilonen, Farina sim. Right? If you give Ayaka C6 Mist Splitter R5 Mist Splitter. Sorry. This one is at 119k. And then without the freeze resist, C1R1 Escoffier, 126k. Yeah. Yeah. This is C6R5 Ayaka with Shilonen. This is C0R0 Ayaka with C1R1 Escoffier. Balanced character, I think. Man, it's cooked. It's so fucking cooked. Check C6 Escoffier. Does Escoffier get any energy from her cons? I forgot. Okay, she does, but I'm too lazy to adjust for it.
Oh, wow. Where did that come from? C4 skips burst? What do you mean? A rehab diet? What do you mean? I don't understand what you're trying to say. Why would you not burst at C4 when C4 is something that makes your burst better? Boxing, you need burst, yeah. But C4 makes rehab diet better, and rehab diet is obtained after using elemental burst. So you still need to use it, otherwise C4 doesn't do anything. Oh, this character sucks for whaling. I can't. I mean, does she? I guess. You have to burst for Sig effect, SMH, true. But you have... I guess with Farina... Oh well. C2 Farina, C2 Escoffier is about as good as C6 Escoffier. You're better off doing that.
But oh well. Oh well. I haven't done my daily peak. Let's go do our daily peak. C0 Ayaka speedrun community is ruined? Yeah. Cooked. Minimum 24 cost. Alright. Where the heck are the characters I want to use? There they are.
A little extra.
What's the team that has the highest DPS per second in the game? Unironically, the team that has the highest DPS per second is gonna be the same team as the team that has the highest DPS. Because the team with the highest DPS per second, right, is defined by the team that has the highest DPS increase from 1 second to another. Which effectively means that is the team that has the highest screenshot number. Right? And the team with the highest screenshot number is just gonna be the best Mawika team, which is also the team that has the highest DPS. Which I think is very funny. Something feels wrong. He's about to do his thing, right? No, he's not. Oh. Bro. How long until he does his thing? There you go.
Why me? Yeah, look out below. Hands where I can see 'em. Control breathing. On. Wrath from the sky. It's justice o'clock.
Wait, actually, that's not even true, I just realized. The team that has the highest DPS per second is not the best Mawika team. It's probably Mawika, Bennett, Sucrose, Sitlali. Now that I think about it. Because that'll screenshot more than Shilonen or Yansan. It's Molani at 809k DPS? What are you talking about? I think you're talking about a completely different thing. I think you're talking about highest whale DPS team. But the question wasn't highest DPS team, nor was it a question about whale. It was highest DPS per second at C0. What the fuck does DPS per second mean? Well, damage per second is the effectively changed to an HP bar over time. Which means that DPS per second is effectively changed to a DPS bar over time. In other words, the team with the highest DPS per second is the team where the DPS bar goes from 0 to the biggest number in 1 frame. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be damage acceleration instead of damage per second. In other words, the highest DPS per second team is the team that has the highest screenshot number. And I believe that at C0 or 0, that's Malika Bennett, Malika Bennett, Sugro, Sleep
No matter
Lolly.
how busy life gets, you should always sit down and enjoy a proper meal when you get hungry. What I like to do is stack my plate up high,
Right?
then squash it all down. Take a deep breath and wolf it down in one go. That way, I get to eat my fill without wasting too much time.
Can you guys think of a team that would have a higher screenshot number at C0 or 0? I don't think there is one, right? Pre-nerf Molani? No, definitely not. Because the highest DPS per second Molani can output is going to happen from her burst, not from her skill. And the burst didn't even get nerfed that much. From V1 to live. The burst got buffed, right, it did get buffed. What if you build Seed Lolly for damage? How far away is she? Well, look at it this way, okay? Seed Lolly's burst motion value at talent level 10 is like less than 1,000. And you don't have that many EM buffs. And you always end up, when you hyper buff a stat, with a lot more attack than EM, right? The average character that builds full EM has 1,000 EM. The average character that builds full attack has like 3k. The numbers are lower than Maoika's burst initial hit. And the reaction of reverse melt is worse than forward melt. So yeah, it won't be nearly as good. Although technically, right, much of Malika's power is in the fact that she has access to Obsidian as her good set. And Obsidian doesn't help your DPS per second that much, right? So her best set would be different. What set would you give her, actually? Crimson Witch? Can she stack Crimson Witch by spamming E? Okay, this is information I need to know. How do I not know this? Why did I never wonder about this? Okay. So she has 22 pyro. Why 22? Oh, right, because it's an unleveled. Okay. And if I do E, it'll go to 29.5. What if I enter E? It works! Oh! Big, 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 big. Wait, that's huge. What the fuck? So, her DPS per second number with Crimson Wish will be pretty good, man. That's so funny. That is so funny. Stop saying DPS per second. Why? It's what they asked. If I was talking about DPS, I would understand why you want me to stop saying DPS per second. But I'm not talking about DPS. I'm talking about DPS per second. So why do you care? That's wrong. fuck was my build? Dude, I forbore. Was it this one? It might have just been this one. Yeah, that makes sense. DPS per second is still a measurable metric, is it? What would it be? Variation of acceleration. Yeah, I guess so. So it would be the team that has the most variations in DPS. Which I guess would probably be the team that has the most hits, right? Because if you're looking at DPS on each frame, right? It would effectively be a straight line that goes up on each, that goes up to whatever number it is on each frame that gets a number. Right? That would be the DPS per second graph. And the DPS per second would be the team that has that graph that has the most changes. Which effectively is the team that has the highest number of numbers on screen. Right? So it's the team that has the highest, the largest number of, like, numbers on screen per second. And I wonder what team that would be. Nilo? Nilo teams get kind of insane buffs from the fact that you get self-damage. But does the self-damage hit on the same frame as the outgoing damage? I think it does, so maybe it doesn't then. Air fryer. You're probably right. It's probably air fryer. Because burning hits every 15 frames, so you already have a guaranteed hit every 15 frames. Do swirl numbers appear on this at the same time as Anemo numbers when you trigger swirl? Or do they appear one frame later? I don't know. I think they appear on the same frame, but I'm not sure. But in any case, Venti, I'm pretty sure Venti's absorption doesn't hit at the same time as the animal damage. I think it's completely separated. It can end up hitting at the same time, but it depends on when you absorb, I think. Because I know that if you absorb towards the end of Venti's burst, he keeps applying that element after the burst is over for a while. And Venti has a lot of hits. Then you'd want a Dendro character that also has a lot of hits. Probably Kole. Can you maintain full burning uptime with Kole, though? Yeah, you can. With Sack? For sure, yeah. Kaniche? I'm pretty sure Kole hits more than Kaniche does. Maybe she doesn't, actually. Maybe you do Kole and Kaniche, actually. Maybe it's not an air fryer team. Or, actually... yeah, Venti, Kaniche, Kole... Then what? Pyro. It can't be Shangling, right? Amber? Perhaps? Xinyan? No, not Xinyan. Silvers? No. I think Amber's more. How many hits is Amber again? 20? Klee? It might be Klee. The hell are we cooking? We're trying to figure out what the team with the highest DPS PSPS would be. Yeah. I think, I don't know, man. Maybe we try to summon a cat or something. Deep. Oh. Theory crafting was a mistake, true. What about DPS per second per second per second? I think the team with the highest DPS per second per second per second would be the same one, right? It would be the same graph, but it would just be zeros and ones instead of zeros and whatever the damage numbers are. Right? Maybe not. I don't know, man. I'm done with my math, man. I don't wanna think about this anymore. Math hard. Yeah, math is hard. Oh my fucking god. Damn. Thank you for the $100. My goat. C6R1 child. His constellations don't really change much, right? Like, they don't really change much to his base gameplay loop. I suppose it would depend on how many constellations you have on the other characters. Like, if you're a whale, the answer, like a Leviathan, the answer is different to if you're like a dolphin that just really likes Child and went for C6R1 Child because you like him, but who's not planning on getting constellations on other 5 stars. Because a lot of the characters that could potentially function with Child, if you want to force Child into a carry role, a lot of them potentially have constellations that are very impactful. And like, for example, Bennett is very good, but other characters like fucking Farina, for example, well, do they do as much for Child's damage as Bennett does? Maybe not. But what if you have them at C6? That changes. It changes things a lot, right? The like Omega Leviathan team for Child that I would expect to perform the best without Maui Karsi Lali is probably Child, Farina. I don't know if Escoffier makes it. Because, like, if you have access to Citlali, you do Escoffier Citlali. But without Citlali, I'm not sure if there's anyone else that makes Escoffier good enough. I'm a whale for anything child-related, I see. I think the biggest problem is that, like, by default, even at C6, child's damage is kind of ass. Which means that if what you're looking for is the strongest child team, you'll get more damage from the rest of your team than you will from child. I'm curious if there's any icon child teams in the sim. Dude. It doesn't seem like it, no. But because his constellations don't really increase his damage that much, right? Cries an international, yeah, pretty much. Because of that, his best teams are going to be ones that have good damage from the rest of the team. Which is why international is good. But even aside from international, once Escoffier comes out, his best team is going to be Citlali, Escoffier, Farina. Probably will be slightly better than international in most situations. You got instructor child, Omega lol. But yeah. But I would assume that if you really, really love child, you don't want to have him wheelchaired by the rest of the team, right? And so you've got two main options, right? Option one, accept that he won't be doing that much of your team DPS, but still have a very powerful whale team by using supports that help his damage, but also have good damage themselves, like Farina with potentially constellations like Escoffier, right? Option number two, say, fuck you, I want my team's damage to be from child and from child alone. If that's what you do, you probably do like Bennett, Shilonen. Man, what the fuck do you even do from this, man? Yunjin, no. Oh. I pulled Shilonen to see if it made him better. Sad? Yeah. Well, okay, here's the thing. Okay, here's how you gotta look at it, okay? If you're a whale. The C4 buff from Shilonen is like half of Child's damage. Man. Same for the C2 buff from Sitlali. Or sorry, the C1 buff from Sitlali. Or yeah, the C1 buff from Sitlali. How is that supposed to make them feel better? Listen, okay, I'm trying, but I don't want to lie to them, and it's hard to say the happy, optimistic, positive things without lying in a situation like this one. But like, yeah, the reality is that Child's numbers are kind of not great, and because of that, and there's also the fact that like a lot of the supports that could be good for him, like Farina, for example, you use Farina outdamages Child. And like, if you really, really like Child and you want Child to be doing your damage, that's not what you want. So even if Farina's good, you're not really gonna want to. Yeah. I'm basically pulling new Chef and Sitlali when she comes back. Yeah. Like, unironically, a team with this and Escoffier is not that bad. It's obviously going to be worse than using Neuvillette, but it's not going to be completely awful. But yeah, the problem is that Child is going to be doing less than half the team DPS. I have some... Okay, there is actually one silver lining, okay? As a Hydro, burst reliant, normal attack focused carry, Child might have good synergy with Dahlia, because it's been leaked that Dahlia is a Hydro normal attack or attack speed buffer. So depending on what exactly Dahlia does and how good Dahlia is, maybe the teams where it feels like Child is doing the damage will get a buff from Dahlia. So, I've provided you with the copium you need. Alright? Dahlia will buff Child. Trust. But yeah. Curious if there's any, like, non-international Child sims in here. There's Mono Hydro. Oh, man. Oh, man. Are there any C6 Child sims? Doesn't seem like it, no. My god. You vape as normal attacks if you do channeling Nahida? Nope. You'll vape some of them sometimes, but it won't be reliable. I got you, man. Thank you for the 150 bucks. Holy. I remember looking at C4 Child versus Ayato and Nilo Bloom, and it was better to use Ayato because of Zyphos. Dude, why would you say that? What about Elegy? True. True. Good point. What about Elegy? Solve the chatter is donating only to feel worse. 07. Is that Exile Child? Do they even swap the child? They don't, okay. Why Exile, then? Huh. Also... They did burst. Wait, they did? Oh, they do. Huh. Big. Huge. Huge. %, right? Okay. I shouldn't have looked up child on GC Sim, man. What the fuck? Oh man. Now look up Ayato. Holy! That's fake though. This was a bit less fake, but it's still C2R1 on Nilo and Nahida. So it's still kind of fake. And then, wait, this is on 2 targets too? What the fuck? Nilo's dog shit, man. What the hell? Wait. Is there a wheelchair sim for child? There isn't. Oh, they don't have a child wheelchair sim. Right. People really don't care about simming child themes other than international, huh? But yeah, I think the saddest thing is, like, if you're playing a team like this with Iskafi, child will be doing as much damage as if you're playing him with, like, Bennett, Shilona, and whatever, right? Like, it's not even, like putting a wheelchair for him gives him worse personal damage. Basically... It's kind of like he's lifting weights while on the wheelchair. And so it's as much exercise to wheelchair him as it is to have him run. Kind of. I can't come up with a good analogy for this. I give up, man. Whatever. He's gonna create an altar for Nod Cry buffs or Delusion Child. True. Yeah. At the end of the day, though, if you have really good artifacts, if you have Sig on him, even with the fact that the constellations don't do that much, right? If I go take a look at... Let's take a look at this sim, right? And he vapes burst here. But we're just gonna make it so that he doesn't. Oh, this is a... whatever. We're gonna give him Infinity R real quick. So. In a team where you're getting Bennett and Kazuha buffs, if he's not vaping burst, you get about 20k DPS. If you're using Escoffier Citlali instead of... Or Escoffier Citlali Farina instead of Bennett Farina Channeling, you lose... attack equal minus 1,000-ish, because you lose the Bennett attack buff. Attack percent equal minus... So in a team like that, you'd probably do... If you really, really want to min-max the child damage, you'd probably go Noblesse, Escoffier, TOM, Farina. You'd still have 40% from that. This sim doesn't have... Yeah, you lose Power Resonance only. So it's 15% more attack. His damage percent, you get about as much from Cinder City as you lose from not having Kazuha. Then you get Farina. So let's say Hydro percent equals 0. I don't know, 65-ish. You front load it, sure, good enough. And then you get more Shred. Actually, let's have Kazuha on another artifact. I don't know, man. Just give him fucking Gilded Dreams. Doesn't matter. And let's make it so that resist equal minus 0. It was 55 and then yeah, so 75, so minus 0.65. And then you get TTDS, so there's another 48% attack. Goes to 73. Which brings his personal damage to around 27k. Then we also get 15 crit rate from Cryo Resonance. We also get Polar Star. Polar Star. We might be overcapped on crit now. We're not. Big. So now his personal damage is at 36k. But this is with KQM standard artifacts. You probably have much better artifacts. Let's say you have like ten more rolls of CV, maybe. maybe a bit less than that. Let's say 20% more crit rate, 40% more crit damage. Well, actually, no, that doesn't work because you're going to be overcapped with that. Let's just say 80% more crit damage then. Right. And so his personal DPS on something like this, 41k, then we got constellations in there. 45k, 46k. But then there's also the fact that this swaps off early. And so basically, you'll be able to expect like 55, 60k DPS out of him. That plus Farina damage plus Escoffier damage, even if they're just whatever, is going to be pretty similar to a C0 or Zero Navidad team, basically. I can live with that. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, if it was just his personal damage and that was the only thing on your team, it would be a bit too low, honestly. But the fact that the supports that are good for his personal damage are also characters that have damage themselves is enough to bring that team to like pretty reasonable output. You won't have Navidad's AoE, but made this in like 20 minutes if you wanted for subside distribution. Oh, I appreciate that. I'll use that next time, thanks. Hog. I'll bookmark it, actually. KQM standard substats. GC sim. Wage business. Thank you. Make a copy, don't forget. Yo. Yeah. So, like, it'll be a bit worse in a C0 Navidad with artifacts that have as high quality as the ones you likely have. But it'll be about as good as your average free-to-play C0 Navidad. And actually, in AoE scenarios, it might feel pretty good when the enemies are like well grouped and you get a bunch of Riptide stuff. You clear second side with child. I could, but I can't be bothered. I'll play some child once Escoffier comes out, though. I'll guarantee you guys that much. I wonder what his best set would be. It's probably just Noblesse, right? Or TOM. Glad won't beat TOM. Because he's gonna do less damage than Escoffier. The 20% attack for him and for Escoffier is probably better than what you get from Glad. Nymphs would probably be slightly better, but I don't have a good Nymphs. Yeah. Child fanfics, aka people saying Child has good damage. True. That's a fanfic. True. Sorry. That was unnecessary and not very funny. Yeah. It's a bit too cooked. Oh, wait! I can just use zajef77. That's probably better, actually. Right. Right, that makes sense. Freeze Child is getting revived. That's so nice. I remember back in the day, I would talk about Freeze Child as, like, not all that good, but honestly the most fun way to play Child. And the fact that it's actually gonna be his best team probably now is... it's poggin', man. It's poggin'. We're poggin'. Looking at what, like 80k DPS? Probably something like that, yeah. The Iskafi Yalon Farina is probably going to be better than Iskafi Sitlali Farina, but I'll play Sitlali just because we need to at least try to pretend like it's a child theme, you know? $80k is $80k. $80k is $80k is $80k. Anyways, I think that's going to be it for today. I had a good time today. Tomorrow we will be recording, most likely, the INAZUMA Chronicled Wish stuff. But today I have a video to post. So the meta roundup is going to get posted today. As usual, if you can find it through YouTube, it helps more with the algorithm. If you're too lazy, I understand. I'll put the link in chat. You can click on it. Go leave a like, comment, subscribe, watch it, obviously.